We will call to order the November the 10th of 2025 Committee of the Whole meeting. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
So moved by Mrs. Roberson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Temple. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Grabowski. Sorry. Any opposed?
I said yay. I don't know that it matters.
Well, it does. So it's unanimous. Before we proceed to agenda item 2, we are reminded that a majority vote is needed for passing an item, and any tie vote leaves a current position or situation in place. So moving on to agenda item 2A, the election of Committee of the Whole Chair. Are there any motions to nominate?
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I would like to nominate Dr. Carol Temple.
All right, Dr. Temple.
And Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to nominate Leah Watley.
Yes, ma'am. Are there any other nominations? Then the nominations will be considered closed. We will vote in order of those nominated. So, Ms. Trudy, if you could bring up Dr. Temple.
Yeah, go ahead and do it.
Yeah.
Cut it off and cut it back on.
Motion to appoint Dr. Carol Temple to Committee of the Whole Chair, if you will cast your vote.
I'm gonna voice vote nay.
Mr. Grabowski, are you voting by voice or electronics?
Vote, I'll vote by voice, nay.
I don't know what my password is. Hold on, let me try one time. What it is.
Oh, I got it.
Voted.
Did you see mine?
I vote.
So with our, with diligent not cooperating with us, we will void.
Madam Chair,
We'll move forward.
it's showing the tally
I know it's not
on there, so.
right.
Yay.
Yay for Dr. Temple, Ms. Roberson,
Yay.
Ms. Bailey.
Nay.
Okay. And the motion to appoint Dr. Temple as Committee of the Whole Chair fails. We will move to the next nominee, and that would be Ms. Leah Watley.
Madam Chair, I'll vote by voice. Yay.
Thank you. Ms. Lieber?
Yay. Do we need to refresh our screen?
It won't hurt. If it doesn't come up, we can continue to voice vote. No, ma'am.
There it is.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll voice vote yay. Ms. Watley?
I voted.
I know, but she didn't,
Oh,
she
she didn't.
didn't get it.
I vote yay.
Ms. Roberson? She didn't get your vote.
She did.
Yay.
I voted.
Mr. Grabowski voted yay by voice, and so did Ms. Lieber. Mr. Hollenshed, did you vote?
Voted yay.
Madam Chair, might we suggest that you all vote for the rest of the meeting, a voice vote? We apologize. We've worked on diligent all day, but
I
maybe not too
understand.
diligently.
Thank you. Motion to appoint Leah Watley. I think that's an incorrect recording from Ms. Lieber.
Oh,
I
yeah.
heard her say yay.
Yay.
Oh, okay. So we are looking at a 6 in favor, 6 yays, 2 nays. Am I correct? Thank you. So the motion passes. Ms. Watley.
Well, I'm on my game. Thank you, Miss McKinney. I guess I will need to look alive, right? Thank you to the trustees who voted and even those who didn't. I hope to serve you well. We'll move on to item 3. The appointment and confirmation of policy liaison. I will, first up, for the strategic education, I would like to appoint Miss Michelle Lieber to strategic ed if she will accept it.
I accept the nomination.
All of those in favor, say yay.
Nay.
Yay.
Yay.
You might have to-
Okay, let's do hands. All in favor? Mr. Grabowski?
His hands up.
Okay. I didn't keep a hand up. And those opposed? And the motion carries. The next up for the appointment, I'd like to appoint Mr. Grabowski to the policy liaison, if you will accept it.
I'll accept it.
All of those in favor, hand up. He's a yay. He accepted it.
And voted with his hand up.
And those opposed? My apologies, I did those backwards. And the motion carries. Moving on to item 5A, special recognition, the 212, the extra degree award.
Thank you, Mrs. Watley. Major Freeze notified us today that he was not able to attend, so we can move on to item 6, the
Very good.
presentation.
Strategic Education IT, item A is the presentation of the AI strategy development for CCSD. I will turn this over to Dr. Clamp. Your name is on here.
Thank you. We're excited. Daniel and I have really been thrilled to be a part of this collaboration between academics and instructional technology and information technology to really bring together a team of diverse educators and principals and community members and parents and students. We've partnered with two tremendous leaders from AI for Education who are here tonight virtually to present to you a tremendous report and some next steps. Daniel, anything that I missed? All right, we'll hand it off to our leadership team members from AI for Education.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for allowing us to talk today. I do have one question about timing. What time do we have available? I just want to make sure I respect all your time. So Daniel or Lucas, can you let me know?
Amanda, I just replied to your email. It might not have come through yet, but if we can keep it tracked to 5, that would be great. And then we'll try to have some time for questions there at the end, if anyone wants to pose questions of the presentation.
Great. Thank you so much. Well, I'm so excited to be here with you all. I'm Amanda Bickerstaff. I'm the CEO and co-founder of AI for Education. We are an organization fully dedicated to AI literacy for 1 million educators and students. And I have the pleasure of having with me Corey Lane Crouch, our Chief Program Officer, which I'll let her say hello very quickly.
Well, it's not quick if I can't find my unmute, but hello, it's great to be here with you all. I'm Corey, the Chief Program Officer, formerly a high school teacher myself, as well as a 6 through 12 school leader before I took, other roles within ed tech and school design. It's great to be here.
So we are so excited to work with Charleston. We have had such a beautiful experience already. We're in a really lovely position to have worked with over 500 institutions in the last 2 years around AI literacy and adoption. We have co-written the guidance for Chicago Public Schools, Houston ISD, DECA, the business plan competition, as well as districts around the country. And I will say that being able to come down 2 weeks ago to work with the Charleston team has been a highlight for us. Just the level of commitment from across the entire district was pretty remarkable to see. And so we have a short period of time, but what I wanted to do is give you a bit of an overview of what we're seeing happening with AI and the larger kind of future of work space, and then into education itself. And then we'll end with what we are doing as part of this first partnership with Charleston. And so I'm always happy to answer questions. This is something we absolutely love to do. And I'm going to share my screen. And so we're going to start with, I know that you had a couple of these slides already, but I think it's just very important to level set. And so generative AI, which is a subset of artificial intelligence, oh, yes. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine. Would you pause just a second? Mr. Prentice, are you able to make that available to the trustees?
Yeah, I'll share the link. You'll see it pop up on your email.
See it, right.
Oh, thank you so much. And please feel free to interrupt me. I can't see you all. You're quite tiny. So just, make sure to say, Amanda, and I will happily answer questions. And we can share this and any other materials that could be helpful. But we were talking about how generative AI is a really significant step change. Artificial intelligence has been a part of our world since the 1950s. In fact, the history of chatbots goes back to the 1960s. So you're talking 80 years of chatbots before ChatGPT was released. And a lot of our education technology that already exists in schools has a form of artificial intelligence in it called machine learning. And you interact with machine learning every day, whether that's through the GPS that got you to the school committee meeting today, or you've listened to music on the way. all, we bought something from Amazon to wear today. All of that has got, all that technology has machine learning in it. But what we have is over the last 10 to 12 years, there's been a shift away from just machine learning in the sense of this very kind of classical look at artificial intelligence that can predict or recommend based on large amounts of data. Usually think, beautiful spreadsheets and billions of data points, into deep learning, which is going to look at taking more approach of looking at how the brain works. So thinking about neural networks in your brain. So there are artificial neural networks that allow us, for the first time in the history of technology, for non-technologists to create with technology. That's kind of the most important thing I'd want us to think about right now. And so deep learning allows, is essentially everything becomes data, including even this conversation we're having could be a data set for a deep learning model. And what we have is that deep learning now leads us to generative AI. So it is hard to believe, everybody, that we're having this presentation, doing this work, and ChatGPT is not even 3 years old. So November 30th is 3 years after the release of ChatGPT into the consumer world. And ChatGPT is one subset or one type of generative AI, in that case, a large language model. But generative AI is exactly like it sounds like. It generates new text, audio, images, video, code, sometimes all together. I mean, we have teachers that are building interactive games and elements. We have students that are building full companies. We have so many really amazing things that are already happening. But it is really interesting because never before have we been able to essentially take human skills. So think writing, think creative arts, think translation or coding, and have technology do that with something as simple as a sentence or a paragraph. And that sentence or paragraph does not even have to be typed, it can be spoken. And so this is going to be something that's really going to transform the ways in which we think about skills, the ways in which we think about school, and even the ways we think about work. And so this is something I know that Daniel shared with you all, but I just want to really show you just how significant this last 10 years has been in terms of the impact of this technological revolution. And so what we have here is that handwriting and speech recognition go back to the 50s and 60s as an ultimate goal. But it wasn't until around 2014 to 2016 that we start to see significant shifts into artificial intelligence capabilities. So like if I was want to, I don't know who are my data people in the room. I'm sure quite a few of you are, but the idea of reading comprehension going from AI systems that really have no human parity to human parity and better in under a year is a really remarkable term event that is leading us to today. And so what we have over the last less than a decade is we now have these AI systems that are able to do things like common sense completion, code generation, language understanding, and translation, high school and college subjects. And if you want to extend this, one of the most interesting new developments is that a generative AI system in partnership with scientists was able to identify a novel application of a drug for identifying cancer cells. And so what we have is diagnostic medicine. We have beginning of scientific discoveries, Dead Sea Scrolls that were completely untranslatable have now been translated, all with the development of artificial intelligence, specifically generative AI. And what's really interesting about this moment in time is that we're not slowing down. These systems continue to get better. In fact, it looks like the quality of these systems in terms of what they can do doubles just about every 14 months. It can even be lower in some areas. Sometimes it could be 7 months, depending on some capabilities. So that is incredibly quick, especially if you think about ChatGPT being 3 years old, which means that the version we use today is 3 to 4 times better, like a magnitude better than it was when we first used it in November of 2022. And so this is something that's causing an inflection point that's going to impact so much of our world. And I know a lot of you are thinking so much and strategically about not just young people in the schools, but also the pathway to their success. And so we really want to always contextualize the work that we do as educators in the greater kind of ecosystem. And so this is a World Economic Forum report. And this is not Corey's job today, but I'm going to ask her to throw this into the chat so that you all can have this for later. But this World Economic Report came out in January. And what it says is there's going to be, if you look over at this first section, is that by 2030, but I want you to notice that it's not 2040 or 2050, that their quantum of change they're looking at is 5 years. But by 2030, we're going to see a significant amount of new jobs as well as a significant amount of displaced jobs. Everything that we have seen to date, I am going to hazard, a futurist guess that those numbers will be closer together than further apart. And also, I would take these as essentially more of a signal of massive disruption than an actual fact, because we do not know what the numbers will be. But I do want you to think about, if you want to think about the jobs that we created, think jobs like, of course, in AI and data, things around trading, having AI administrators. There's so much work on that. But then also the areas in which we see that there are risks associated with the jobs today are things around coding, creative arts, copy editing. Then when you go into like next year or two, things around customer service, medical billing, administrative work, and then moving into knowledge work. Including, we had a board conversation last week in Massachusetts, and a board member identified that her law firm is already letting us like initial associates go, and then they are only hiring associates that can prove in the hiring process that they can augment their work with artificial intelligence today. So seeing that this is already happening in knowledge work is something that I think is a very important signal of the importance of this work that Charleston is doing. Some of the things that I think are quite meaningful for today is the top skills of the future are not just data and AI, but analytical and critical thinking, creativity, learning agility, flexibility, and resilience. There are so many of those skills are the durable skills that we have been trying to put forward in our work as educators for decades. They are going to become more and more important. If you want to take two to really like kind of think about deeply about the importance of our education system going forward, it would be critical thinking and evaluation techniques, as well as learning agility. The ability to always critically evaluate an AI's output is going to be incredibly important to use going forward, as well as the ability to continue to learn. And so we would suggest that as we're thinking through this work, and even the conversation that we had with the team that we had together, so much of it came back to the skills of the future, and that the skills of the future are not in 20 years, they're already here today. And so I don't know if you remember when you started putting Microsoft Office on your resume. I don't, like we all put Excel at the same time, where it became something that very quickly was considered, and I would say quickly, but like 10 years about, it became something that everyone had on their resumes, and it was an expectation. It wasn't even a preferred qualification. It is just a base level of coming in. What we've seen is that AI literacy is going so much faster in terms of a goal of those that are hiring today. And so this is the LinkedIn on the rise skills that found that AI literacy was the number one rising skill on job postings. And what's really interesting about this is LinkedIn is an aggregator of global jobs, but also of tech jobs, of advertising, of like pretty much the gamut. And what we found is whether that said AI literacy, ChatGPT, prompt engineering, that these hiring managers are looking directly for AI literacy. And so this is another great report that we're hoping will be a secondary report this year, which is the Cengage Hireability Report that was done at the end of last year that looked at hiring managers and recent graduates. And what they found is that hiring managers last year were already like identifying that their recent graduates that they were hiring should have AI literacy before they walk into their offices. Not only that, but they expected that they would have them from before they got there, that their learning programs themselves would be doing that basic AI literacy training. But then when you look at that bottom piece, this is a place I think we have to really come to some kind of consensus with very quickly, is that 55% of the recent graduates of 4 and 2-year colleges, boot camps, and other learning programs said they were actively discouraged from using generative AI in their programs. And so you think back to the joke I made about Excel, is that we were not blocking our young people from using Microsoft Office, but because generative AI is so deeply connected to academic integrity breaches, is that what's happening is young people are being actively blocked from learning how to use these tools in meaningful and safe ways. And so for us, it's incredibly important with the work we do with Charleston and everything that we do to start thinking about creating spaces in which we absolutely protect student cognitive work and like their ability to learn and express themselves, but also that we are starting to have bigger conversations around how to also teach young people meaningful AI literacy, like techniques today, instead of waiting until we have other guardrails in place, particularly around academic integrity, while trying to do both at the same time. And so for us, one of the things that we also really focus on is that, like I just said, it seems like that the majority of the conversation is that AI is about cheating. And we hear that, and Corey and I have done this work around the world and pretty much every day. And one of the largest things we try to really instill in our audiences is that, of course, academic integrity is an issue, but it has also been an issue much longer than ChatGPT. And in fact, if you have young people in your life, ask them about photo math, which was very popular before ChatGPT, or things like Chegg, or even getting your friend or colleague to write it for, write an essay for you. That cheating has been something that is been a part of education for as long as there has been school. And we don't want to downplay that, but I do think we have to think about this as our like iceberg metaphor. If we only focus on the tip of the iceberg of academic integrity, we are potentially starting to not really understand both the potential positives as well as potential negatives that come with this technology. So I'll start with the positives. I do think it's important to have positive framing when appropriate. And so we already know that there are young people getting, and adults and teachers like doing personalized learning, getting on-demand feedback, being creative in ways they've never been creative before, in the sense of being able to build with technology, even if you don't have that kind of technological skill set fully developed. Things around productivity. I would say that one of the really amazing things is around differentiation. We have the ability to translate in 200 languages, both in text and in speech. I don't know if anybody has a new Apple AirPods, but they can translate 6 languages in real time. And so that's a really strong signal of where we're going to be going over the next couple of years in terms of breaking down barriers potentially between students and families. And I'm sure you as a board often try to think about how do you meet all the complex needs of your entire organization. There's going to be more and more ability to do that. But on the other end, there are also some risks that are incredibly important, especially when thinking about developing guidelines. And so a couple of them are going to be in the case of academic integrity. We think a lot about the bigger risk of academic integrity is cognitive offload. Are young people and adults using generative AI to offload their thinking, to bypass their learning, even to bypass their voice? And so the idea of like giving away important tasks, thinking, opportunities of learning and expressions of learning to generative AI systems is a lot at risk. And in fact, there's a recent piece of research that was done in the UK that found that like college students, that most of them were like afraid they were cheating. Like, not that they were cheating, but that any use of generative AI they felt like was over the line because they did not know the appropriate use. And where it comes down to these tools, if you, in fact, if you want to do an experiment later today, is you go to ChatGPT and say, help me write an essay on X. And what you would think is that what the AI system would do is say, how can I help you? But instead, what it will do is it will write your essay. And so these systems are designed to be something called sycophantic. They're yes bots. They are designed to be pleasing, to do the work. And so to even learn how to say to the same chatbot, if this is your experiment, help me write an essay. Do not write it for me, but let's start with some of my brainstorming around my thesis statement. That the quality of interaction with that generative AI system will radically change, and no longer will that generative AI system give you an answer, in this case, an essay, but help you work through the parts, which I think is a very important distinction about why these techniques and AI literacy is so important. We also know there have been significant issues around deepfakes and misinformation happening in districts around the country. Things around bias, these tools have, they're built on human data, and they are essentially predictive engines that prioritize something in a data set or training data set. The more it's seen, the more it's going to be in an output. And then finally, what we're seeing is that young people are starting to use AI systems for artificial companionship or intimacy. A recent report by CDT called the Hand in Hand Report found that 40% of young people that were using generative AI systems had used these systems for mental health support and or for companionship. And so it's important to recognize when we think about the guardrails and the guidelines that we'll be working with your organization hand in hand on, sorry to use the name of the report, is about not just, of course, keeping kids safe around academic integrity and data privacy and security and all of those very important table stakes of success of any AI adoption plan in district, but also thinking about the bigger opportunities and the bigger risks that also are going to be something that's incredibly important for us to recognize. So what we have for us, and this is our kind of our operating principle. It was really cool though because I know I don't know if you ever get to like really talk about how we do these things, but one of the great outcomes of the session we had a couple weeks ago was everyone sat down and started to think through what AI literacy could mean for Charleston. And what's great is that I will say the definition we came up with was a bit longer than our definition, but for us it was very aligned. And so what we believe very strongly, and we are going to be publishing our AI literacy framework for the first time this month, is that AI literacy is the skills, the knowledge, but also the mindsets that enable individuals. What you'll notice is it doesn't say students, it says individuals, because we believe that's for everyone to use AI in three ways: safely, ethically, and effectively. And so for us, what safety means is that it's going to be, of course, about data privacy. We went through with everybody in our session of how to turn off training data in your, ChatGPT. Like we model that best practice. It was really great because there were students in the room that were doing it with us. But also evaluating the risks of different AI tools. There are tools that are going to have, more egregious terms of service that you might be using today. There are those that are going to be willing to sign protection agreements, DPAs. So it's really important to have an opportunity to dig into what tools will be appropriate and safe for our young people and adults. But also, we believe safety is also about not over relying on the tools for either mental health and well-being or for what we talked about in terms of cognitive work. Am I going to AI systems to do that thinking for me? Or am I using AI systems for advice and social emotional purposes and not actually going and talking to my friends, my parents, a counselor, etc.? Ethically for us is probably where academic and professional integrity come in play, but also things around, there are lots of other kind of ethical issues around copyright and intellectual property. There are questions about climate impact. There are questions about bias, and we talked about before, and deep fakes. And so that idea of like knowing how to identify what's appropriate individually as well as an organization is a very important part of AI literacy. And then finally, we believe this very strongly, and this was actually a really great conversation in the room that we had, is that the idea that you can learn about generative AI, but until you're learning with generative AI, it's really hard to really understand the opportunity and the risks because this technology is unlike any technology you've ever used. And if you learn how to use it in both the effective way, but also when not to use it, meaning that there are quite a few things that these technologies are not very good at, that it's important to kind of see that. And what we suggest very strongly is that that effective use really starts to like ramp up when students are at a developmentally appropriate age, which is something that was a really great conversation in the room, as well as for adults. And so we think about effective use as always centering human originality, as well as critical evaluation, the idea of knowing what tool is right for the job, as well as those prompting strategies, which mean like how to like get the most out of these tools, and sometimes know when not to use them because the thing that you want is just not the capability today. Which is always a very interesting conversation because it feels like it could do everything, but these systems are going to be very new and have limitations. So one of the things that if you want to kind of like a deep dive into what AI for Education has seen work on the ground for the last 2 years in terms of generative AI's current capabilities, these are the things that we think generative AI does pretty well today. And the first is on-demand feedback. And one of the things that's great about on-demand feedback is that feedback is subjective. So these systems can make mistakes, which we'll talk about in a moment, but sometimes bad feedback is as good as good feedback, right? Like, you actually can learn a lot. As well as I think one of the things that's always so funny to me is that when you talk to OpenAI, we had a conversation with OpenAI, the company that created ChatGPT. And, this is a wild statistic, but 40% of all ChatGPT users are under 24. And there are 800 million monthly active users. So about 300 million young people are using these tools. And they primarily use the tools between 11 p.m. and 2 a.m. Monday through Friday. And so if you have a young person or you were a teacher, you are not surprised by that at all. But I will say that on-demand feedback, let's say Corey's my teacher, Corey is not going to want me to message her at 11 p.m., no matter how happy I am that she's thinking about her work. But the idea of having young people trained to understand how to use these tools for feedback is great, but also adults. If you have, we have a new teacher that has never taught in something, having them get feedback through these bots on like approaches or lesson plans can be really great. The second is going to be on instructional design. And what you'll notice, it doesn't say lesson planning, but instructional design, meaning that you can today create interactive elements and games through Canva AI, which is freely available to all education users. You can create video content, bespoke images. You can do translations. You can think about differentiation. There's so many unique things, and it's actually pretty fun because we do a lot of this work in our professional development where we actually dig in with our educators into like, what have you always wanted to create? And like, how do you do this in a meaningful way that takes into account pedagogy, learning science, as well as your expertise and knowledge of your students, which is a pretty remarkable move from like, like when you had these great grand plans, but very limited time to now being able to make those plans real. Other things are around brainstorming. These tools are not the best at accuracy, but if you're trying to brainstorm something, these tools are absolutely great about it. Things like we already talked about, real-time translation, and then also accessibility with voice and computer vision. So for example, I talked to someone from 11 Labs today, which is a voice AI, and what they're doing is they are actually working with health tech to help those with ALS that have lost their voice to the disease to be able to create voice avatars for free to still have the ability to feel like themselves when they are communicating. So there are lots of really great opportunities. But at the same time, I mean, it is something where we have to recognize that these tools are very early. I don't know if anybody remembers dial-up internet. I don't know if you can hear it in your head. Um, if anybody can like hear the noise, the thing about dial-up internet, think about how like unstable and like it took forever. By the time you got dial-up into your homes, the internet was over a decade old. And so if the entire field of deep learning isn't even 15 years old, we've got to be aware that these tools are going to have significant limitations. And in fact, technology takes a long time to get good. And I can tell you that for a fact because Corey and I still experience bandwidth issues in so many places that we do this work in. So it is something in which we have to balance the opportunity with the fact these tools are very early. And so some of the things that are important are about things like identifying age appropriate use. We believe very strongly that until a young person or adult can critically evaluate an output, meaning they have some expertise or even the knowledge they need to partner with someone else to evaluate an output, that it's very important not to use these tools. Because that's like these tools, the reason why is that they can be prone to inaccuracies, meaning that this is if you've ever heard the term hallucination, where these tools are always going to be predicting, which means they do not have a thought process. They cannot double check work. They will often try to answer even if they don't, even if it's not something in their training data set. And so they can make mistakes all the time. In fact, there is not a generative AI system of any type, whether it is a large language model like ChatGPT, Gemini, or Claude, or an application layer like Canva AI, Magic School. I don't know if anybody uses a note taker like Fireflies or Otter AI that do not hallucinate. or make mistakes. Also, what we see is that these training data, these data sets that are trained on have biases built in that can cause some pretty significant issues as well. And so those are where we want to always consider that it's important to recognize limitations. And so we do, one of the best ways to kind of see this, if you ever want to try it out, is going to be like to do a little bit of a fun exercise. And it's actually Corey's exercise that she did live back around image generation. And so if you want to think about why these systems can really reproduce biased outputs, is that because they are probabilistic, they tend to overrepresent what they see in a training data set. And it was quite funny because we had a conversation about this in the room, and a mathematician that was there with us actually did the back of the envelope math and found that these were statistically going to be more like these kind of outputs are actually going to be statistically biased versus what even things like representations in normal life. So what we've done is, if you want to, in your head, I know I can't see everybody, but I want everyone to take a moment to think of what you think of like an image in your head of a conventional CEO that's giving like a strategic meeting like this one. Like, what do you think it's going to look like? Who's going to be in the room? What is it going to look like? And when we asked ChatGPT the same question, this is what we got. And so what we have here is, we've got, a lot of the tropes of like CEOs. They've got a male CEO, everyone's nicely dressed. It's like the big board meeting and the nice windows. I can't tell if you guys have windows there, but I hope so. But I always like to think it's very funny because things like, I don't know, ladies, but I always like to wear my highest stilettos to a board meeting. Like, there are some things that are built into this. So what we did is we went back to the same image generator. This is ChatGPT, the same conversation. We asked for an unconventional CEO giving that strategic meeting. And you might think, okay, that would trigger some changes that potentially would work against those biases. But this is what we got instead. So you have another guy who's like 10 foot tall, wearing like, I don't know, the craziest suit that ever existed. He's standing over a woman. There is a bit more diversity in the room, but realistically, what we see is that we're still seeing those same kind of like a CEO is a male. And so one of the things that's been so great in this work is that we get to do AI literacy not only with adults but with students. And so we did this project where we had another school district recently that brought in students the same way that you all did. And during a break, we were just playing around with Canva, and she calls me over. She's an eighth grader, says, Amanda, I was trying to create an image of a less sexist CEO, and this is what she got. And she tried multiple interactions. My favorite thing is it says super unsexist CEO, or the image doesn't quite meet that. I will say it also identified these are hallucinations where you see the inaccuracy in the way that the writing is done. But it was such a really important learning because she was, first of all, this is an eighth grader that like sat with an idea for an hour, and then her immediate solution was to try to fix it. And then what she found is that she couldn't fix this specifically, but she was so interested in doing that. And I think this is where it gets really interesting. And the reason why we're going to see like this CEOs be overrepresented as male is because trained data sets of stock photos are primarily going to be male CEOs. And also, I will say that there is research from OpenAI itself saying that if you ask from an image, that 80% of the time, an image from the image generator will include a man. And that's an improvement over the last model where it was 87%. So we are seeing some of these biases that are really overrepresenting certain things in training data sets. So last thing we're going to say before we go on, and one of the things that was a really great conversation in the room, is that these biases can be in a lot of places. They can be in pedagogical bias around the types of lesson plans in terms of teacher-centered lesson plans are more commonly produced by generative AI systems and student-centered, that there are biases around grading, but also around the stories we tell about young people. And so this is a study that from Stanford where they did thousands of stories. They asked ChatGPT and Claude and others, large language models, to write stories about young people. And this is the actual prompt. And they did English class, and they did math and science and all of these. And what they found is that the stories and the stereotypes around young people were the ones that were going to be represented. So Sarah and Jamal was not just struggling, he's failing. And Sarah is not lauded for her English ability or tutoring ability, but her friendship. And so what we see is that what I will say though is that while in the image generation, it's very tricky to get around biased outputs, it is less tricky around text generation. So if we had changed this prompt to say, write a story 100 words of less, avoiding traditional stereotypes about gender and race in English classrooms, including blah, 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 then what we would see most likely is a much better output because we know how to use our AI literacy to prompt the bot to mitigate that bias. But if you don't know it, you don't see it, you don't recognize this. And if you want to try this as another thing you could try at home, we do this in trainings and like people do this on their own and they find the same kind of stereotypes continue to be a part of this. So the last couple of things we're going to talk about before I make sure that we end right on time is that, one of the things that you're probably thinking a lot about when we talked about academic integrity and cognitive offload, first of all, what we mean by cognitive offload, but also what we really want to focus on in our work together is like, how are we thinking about really moving from the idea of like stopping cheating to like encouraging the important cognitive work that's necessary for learning? And so, how are we having young people start to recognize the danger of offloading all of this really important foundational skill building or their expression of their learning to these bots? And so, a couple of things that can be helpful with this is there are some studies recently. I will say the evidence to date, none of these studies I would say would really, really hold up in terms of it's just so early. And so they're small sample, they're maybe not as robust, but they do really indicate that when generative AI systems, like in these two, are used to give young people answers or an ability just to get the work done for them in both of these cases, is that cognitive work goes down and there is learning loss and less ownership of the work. And that is across the board. But I think that is probably pretty undeniable that if someone else does our work or a bot does our work, we don't learn in the same way than if we do our work. But there's a caveat here is that the intentionality of how the tool is designed and how young people use it actually makes a difference. So in both of these studies, what they found is that if you gave students guardrails, or for example, they were doing writing, if they pre-wrote their work and then use AI to actually help them formalize it, that the same type, like that actually the learning went right back up. And I think that that's where it gets really interesting about this moment in time is it's not the AI that is necessarily going to cause learning loss. It's the ways in which we design the tools, we engage with them, the guardrails we develop, and the AI literacy we build, because that's going to be something that's incredibly important about what we're doing. Because we just recently, it was really great. We're part of the Teach AI, which is a global AI literacy organization that there are lots of reports of the World Bank and other organizations finding that when you use generative AI in partnership with tutoring or teaching, meaning it actually is used by an adult to further a young person's like learning, that we're actually seeing in this case doubling of outcomes. In Nigeria, we've seen it's happening all around the world, that idea of partnering with these tools instead of having them replace our thinking is something that can have a big difference in our teaching and learning. So last couple of things we'll say about just some things to consider that we've talked about in the room together with the committee that was so lovely last couple of weeks ago is one about data privacy. It's not just important to create systems in which we are going to have really good policies in place as well as the tools, but also we know that both students and teachers are using these tools at home. And so data privacy should be a huge part of what we teach. I will say I asked a very interesting question. We were at a training 2 weeks ago. I had about 300 people in the room. I said, who uses ChatGPT? They're all adults. Maybe 60% of them raised their hand. And then I asked, who of you have actually turned on data privacy within ChatGPT? And about maybe 1% of them kept their hands raised. But this was really interesting because the response wasn't, oh no, it was like, how do I do it? Like immediately everyone was like, Amanda, show us how. And so as soon as they knew how to do it, they started having better practices. The second thing I want to talk about as an important component is that AI detectors, which are used by teachers to identify that something is AI generated or not, are incredibly unreliable They have both false positives and false negatives and have led to significant issues in both K-12 and higher education where young people have been accused of AI cheating falsely. And so something to consider is that if someone is using AI detectors to identify as the like this, if you didn't get if it was not passing an AI detector, that means you're cheating, can be very difficult for all kinds of reasons. And also, just if you want to try, and I love how I don't mean to give you homework, but if you want to try out some of these things, take a piece of your own writing and go to a couple of AI detectors online. I can share a couple with Daniel around whether it's ChatGPT, like GPT-0 or Turnitin or CopyLeaks, and just notice that each of them will be different. Like even if it's your writing, some will say 0, 35%, someone might think you're AI. But the idea that we want to like have our teachers the same way that data privacy and kind of offload is that we want our teachers not over relying on these tools as well. And then the last thing before we get into our next steps are together is this is just so important. We can't leave here today without identifying that one of the largest potential negative impacts of generative AI is when young people are using these tools for artificial companionship. It's also adults. I will say this is very personal to me. My dad is someone we had to have a talk last night about responsible use of generative AI for therapy. It's something that's happening a lot. And I just, it's something that is incredibly important, especially for young people. But there can be risks of emotional dependency, social isolation, and there have been instances of self-harm. And so the one thing I would say is that CDT report that Corey placed in, it talks about not just this harm, but deep fakes and other pieces of misinformation. But I do think that I hope that this is a moment where when you think about the policies that you create, is there a digital well-being policy that we're going to work on together, as well as just going to be the traditional policies we'll talk about in a moment? Because what you can see is 42% of students on average are using these tools for mental health, as a friend or companion, as a way to escape from real life, and in the case of some students, using it for romantic relationships. And so this is something that can be a really great conversation with adults in communities, like meaning your caregiver community, as well as your young people themselves and your teachers to equip them with actually identifying when these types of situations could come up where we're starting to depend on these tools. So last thing before we end up, I think I'm going to be right on time, is that what we see in the larger world, we've been so lucky. We've worked with probably more organizations in AI and education in the US than any other. And what we see is that what's great about this is that we see kind of three main actions: a banning action, a wait and see action, and a self-guided. And what's really lovely about our work together is that Charleston has taken an organization-wide approach, starting with the guidelines and policies that will be put in place before the end of the year. What we see as being really important here is not just as guidelines and policy, but also AI literacy work, as well as starting to think about teaching and learning, which is where I think what's been so great, because clearly, even in that one day together with the larger group, we were already thinking about resources in AI literacy so that we can have an organization-wide approach to this moment in time. So the ways in which we're doing that and the ways in which we've looked at this is you already have created a team, evidence has started to be built, we started aligning on vision and implementation, and then started developing guidelines. And so this is what we did 2 weeks ago. We started with a really diverse coalition. In fact, everyone was so engaged. We had everyone from students to teachers to leaders to researchers, parents. Everyone was, I think one of the greatest signals of this is that we gave everyone a pretty robust piece of homework, and pretty much everyone did it, and not just in like single sentences, but in paragraphs. People were so engaged around the importance of this work, and actually we're just pinging with good ideas that are just such a beautiful like starting place for this work. We really focused on what the impact of generative AI has been to date, how we can start thinking about building AI literacy, and also that guiding vision for generative AI. Some of the feedback was that, we really want guidelines and guardrails, but we also want to really start thinking about what it means to build AI literacy, as well as the responsible integration of tools. We also saw that there were definitely urgency. People like teachers, leaders, the students themselves were saying, I want this. I want this. I want to know what is important for my use, which I think is such a good signal of like when these guidelines are developed, how much they will be like adopted and thought about. So what we're going to be doing is we're working right now on the policy review and revision. So we'll be looking at the existing policies. The first reading will be December 8th of those policies. They will be, what goal with the policies, we're going to do a lot of like suggestions of not fully changing, but making these more robust and also, really protective of our young people, but also of the district. The second is we're building a guidelines itself, which are more the guardrails that are more significant. This is where we're going to have, signals about appropriate use, about safety, about AI literacy. This is something that we find to be such a wonderful way to start moving into responsible use. And then finally, we'll start to do that planning for phase 2 that really focuses on that community-wide AI literacy. So I think I'm right on time, literally. But I want to say just two things. I'm going to come off share because I do think I just want to say, as an organization that has had the privilege of working with so many districts, is that both Corey and I left our work together that day feeling so inspired. And I don't say that just because you're the board and because, Daniel and Lucas are here, but just the level of like deep appreciation of the people that joined, of that the district was not just listening, but putting effort and time into this. And also the quality of the conversation. I mean, just to talk about Luke, like just sitting there and listening, engaging from leadership in the room was something I think people appreciated so much. And the opportunity to work with you all, I think, as an organization that gets to do this work, we're very excited about the opportunity of this, not just this first project, but also starting to do this across the district moving forward. So thanks, everybody. I hope that was a good overview and happy to take any questions. I know we're right at 5.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Lieber, my apologies. I did not hand over strategic ed to you. Would you like to take it at this time? Would you like to take it for the questions?
Yeah, I'll be happy to and thank you for the nomination and the support from the team. We'll start with Dr. Temple.
Well, I was glad to learn that using ChatGPT, I'm in the group that's 24 and younger using it. I was happy to see that. I just generated a lot of questions that come up. I mean, the first question I wrote out was, thinking about by 2030, 92 million jobs going to be displaced by AI. To me, that represents a challenge for us in the school district in terms of what jobs are we going to train our kids for? I mean, it's one thing to be able to use the AI tools, but then, the jobs that are being displaced, what jobs are they going to have? Our population is not decreasing. So the loss of these jobs is a concern, and you may not have an answer right now, but I think it poses something for us to really think about. We have our career and technology centers. We're working on, creating jobs that we thought are needed in our community. So what jobs are going to be displaced? And we have to think about that because that's going to inform what our program is for students. Another question I had was, well, what grade levels and what subject levels are we going to teach the students how to use these AI tools? Where's that? What does that look like? It's one thing to have policy about how using them ethically and so on, but where are we going to teach this? When is that going to be? The professional development for teachers to be able to work with their students is another concern. So those are just, I mean, what does a conventional and non-conventional CEO look like organized? What does a conventional, non-conventional school board look like? What does that all mean? So I think we're going to have to be really strategic and intentional about looking at the research of best practices, because if we know something like if the kids create an outline before they use ChatGPT, that's going to be critical for us not having this, they call it, cognitive offload. I mean,
Absolutely.
to me, that's really significant that we know the research practices so that we don't create cognitive offload. And then, you know, with the emphasis that we need on social emotional learning, you know, keeping kids interactive to develop their mental health versus using these tools. I mean, there are a lot of ethical, moral, and educational questions that this raises, and I hope we're all pondering it. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think what really is nice, Dr. Temple, is the way that you're thinking so comprehensively is what happens when you have that baseline of thinking about this, that it's something that goes beyond policies and guidelines into thinking about things like durable skills for the future. Like, what are the skills of the future? Where are the places in which we invest our time? Where can we create spaces in which there are guidelines also about our own use? And I think that, you know, that we do a lot of work with career and technical education services that are thinking very deeply about this. And what we find is that starting to build those like critical evaluation, the flexibility, the learning agility, like those types of things are going to be so incredibly important, even more than like sitting down and being able to like from top to bottom code. Like we need to know how to code, but like the things that we're going to do with coding are going to start to change. Like the ways in which like the workforce is going to change, but it's still going to require foundational skills, durable skills. But I think that those are the conversations that are incredibly important for the organization to start having, especially after we start building that foundational AI literacy and creating those guardrails.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Temple, for your thoughtful questions. Mr. Grabowski, is that you in the middle? Do you have something to ask?
No, I'll pass up my questions offline. There's just so much to grasp with this. Um, I still think, you know, this is going to come down to the district, you know, the integrity issue, academic integrity. I know I've talked to a lot of my colleagues over here today about AI in Europe. And, you know, they all agree that it's come down to a point where students are going to be asked to be separated from computers to be able to prove that they've mastered content in other formats and other platforms. That, you know, AI is, you know, there's just so much to learn. So I'm very happy to hear this. I think the district's on the right step. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grabowski. Ms. Jewett?
I think, I mean, I also agree. I think there's a lot to digest here, especially with the fact that we know other things about AI that wasn't presented either. So I think it would be really important for us to do a lot of due diligence with this, just because I do think it's going to be important to really follow through with it as best we can. Obviously, we have to work with AI, not against it, and we have to figure out the best way. But we are a huge district, so it's going to be a very massive thing to tackle. So I think we need to really take our time with it and do our due diligence.
Thank you, Ms. Jewett. Ms. Robeson?
Yes, thank you for your presentation. My question is for district level leaders. I know that the presentation said the policy first reading would be December 8th. Would it be possible for us to take a look before we normally would get it? Because I would really like to take some time to process the policy and look at it ahead of time.
That's not a problem at all. Thank you, Ms.
Okay.
Rosewood.
And our fellow board members at Greenville County has also reached out to me to, they're interested to know what we are putting in place as far as policy for AIs.
Oh, that's great. We
Yes.
consider that a compliment.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll
Thank-
make sure to get it to you as soon as we can.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robeson. Are you Okay. Mr. Hollenshed?
For the sake of time, I'm still processing. This would be something I think we need to talk offline and digest, and I'm gonna rely on staff to kind of guide me through this, but it's still gotta do a little bit more research. This is very new to me.
And just for general, overview of all of this, there will be a lot more board engagement as we work through this process, including taking everything through policy liaison. And we'll be sure to share that information ahead of time before it comes for first reading. And then once we get through policy, as Amanda said, it's very high level, looking at amending some current policies related to technology and instructional resources. And then the goals and objectives and strategy will be something that's more of a living document that we craft and think some of these things in as we deliver professional development next year with the goal of really launching our strategy throughout the system the beginning of the 26-27 school year. So a lot more time ahead of us. This is really just the initial kind of thought-provoking conversation of where the work is going to be able to get the conversation started. So absolutely time for questions.
Thank you. Ms. Bailey?
Yes, I was listening to what the young lady was saying and something struck me. Just because a child, a teenager, or a young adult wants to use something, a tool, or a toy, or a program, doesn't necessarily mean that it's appropriate or right for them to use. And this statistics where it said 40% of the young people that use it for mental health and companionship, that deeply disturbs me. Because of the mental, emotional, and psychological issues that some of our children face in the world that is around them. And I wanted to know, what does the appropriate usage look like for AI when we use it in our district?
Well, I mean, it's a big question, and I think that's what phase two, but I think, Miss Bailey, like we talk a lot about like awareness, meaning like learning about AI literacy from an awareness component of what it is and isn't, how to understand that these tools should not be used for mental health and well-being, for out, like as if we're using character AI as our friend and we're not talking to like our friends because of the ways in which we use this, that can start at a very early age. Like you don't have to wait until students are 13 or 14 years old, which is where these tools tend to open up their terms of service to. We suggest modeling and scaffolding appropriate use of transparency of happening in upper elementary, middle school, and then scaffolded use with generative AI systems that are designed for schools, meaning they have transparency built in and guardrails, and they're used for academic purposes. And then thinking though about the actual building, like the AI literacy for the workforce, you kind of have to give up release of responsibility, right? You have to have students start to make good decisions and start to have that as be a part of it because they'll need that. So we are, Ms. Bailey, we're going to be presenting our AI literacy framework that has a progression, and we will absolutely be making sure that we share that with the district. And also it hopefully will help with some of those like thinking through the appropriate use. But I will say that one of the things that was very interesting that we hear is like, there's not necessarily a one size fits all here, that some students might, because of their development appropriateness, or if they have neurodivergence or extra support that they need, that it is something where starting to build flexible systems will be really important as well, because we're learning so much. There's so much to learn today about what the impact could be. But I will say a really beautiful kind of indication of that safety is being put in place is that Instagram didn't have a teen account until this year, which is wild. Whereas things like Character AI and ChatGPT and others are already making changes to their platforms to create parental controls and teen accounts, that the release is a quicker kind of indication that safety is very important.
Okay, and I just wanted to say that going forward, I hope and pray that the district will partner with parents on the proper usage of AI and that they are very aware of what their children are getting into and what they're using on a day-to-day basis.
Yes, ma'am. And it's not just that partnership of awareness, but it's being involved and staying really close to the tools and the resources that our students have access to. And we intend to have a really robust parental literacy and support structure built so that they are, and it was fantastic to have parents in the room with us when we were planning. So I would like to thank the parents that participated so far, but that will be a key component to our next phase.
Thank you.
All right, Miss Watley.
Would you mind going to Ms. McKinney and then coming to me? I want to jot down my notes.
All right, Ms. McKinney.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. So I would ditto the comments of everyone so far. And also ask, I know that you referenced college graduates needing AI capabilities for job interviews, but we would also like to focus on high school graduates that go straight into the job market.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
That's important for us with the career readiness. I think our district needs to pay special attention with the phrase that you used, do no harm. That will have to be very specific because everyone's idea perchance of doing harm might vary a lot. So when we're looking at policy, if we will, like Ms. Bailey said, if we will work on that. I like your emphasis on the well-being policy. We cannot replace the human factor in our lives. But other than that, I look forward to hearing about more of the work.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. McKinney. Ms. Watley, are you prepared?
Yeah, there's still one more idea that I had that is escaping me now. I also like other trustees would like to go in more depth offline with the topic. I've been experimenting with AI for a couple of years now in various different capacities. I will say the use of AI for like research thesis papers and things like that, I found it to be extremely beneficial. It greatly streamlined my ability to research many different topics for a comprehensive, for example, I wrote a thesis paper on the war on drugs. And there's so much that goes into that particular topic that AI's assistance in the research, especially when I told it and prompted it the direction that I wanted to go in and what I wanted to explore, the overarching theme, because that's such a broad topic. You could take that from multiple different, like economic or policy. Another something I've been talking also with some people in the IT world about children spending so much time in the virtual world, especially during their developmental years. So that's a topic of concern, which I know that you touched on, and I know that you're here promoting AI, but that's something that as the district, I think that we really need to do a deep dive into that concern. And the other, I really appreciated on the slide limitations. I've recently been working with ChatGPT on wanting to do a cinematic presentation and splitting it up into 15 seconds, 30 seconds, and 60 seconds for some promotional materials that I wanted to do. And I gave it the whole thing, and what it was able to do so far was amazing. But you pointed out, like I had asked it to do something that it wasn't programmed to do, and it left me waiting for days. And then it started over. And I told it, I said, if you were a human, I would think that you're playing games with me, but I know that's not what you're doing. And just the way that it interacted with me, it was like, yeah, something is definitely off here. So, so yeah, I appreciated you pointing that out, because now I realize that that's what I had done. I had prompted it to do something beyond its capability, but it was very eager to please me. That's for sure.
Sycophancy is the term. These bots are not thinking, they're computing, but they are trained to be pleasing. So it's actually part of our trainings that we do, where you're like, it'll say that it can do something and it can't. And to be able to recognize how the bots work means that you don't sit there and and I think that's that knowledge and power. And I think that, when we think about AI literacy, even in the room, one of the things that we didn't talk as much about is that we did a training with everyone first. So the very first part of the day, we actually did limitations, capabilities. We showed some of the opportunities, and some of those prompting techniques. So everyone was starting on even playing field of AI literacy in the room, which then helped to have better, faster conversations about the ethical concerns and the opportunities, which I think is something that we find to be really impactful of learning about how to use them first.
Yeah, as soon as I was elected to office, I started engaging the district in conversation about using augmented reality, virtual reality, hologram, and AI. Yeah, I want us to lead.
Thank you.
Ms. Robeson.
Thank you. I have one more direct question. Could Mr. Prentice share with us the cost of this contract? What is this costing the district?
The phase one of this contract was $27,000.
Phase one is 27,000?
Yes, ma'am.
How many phases?
Probably two. So the second phase would be the development of the AI literacy, professional development for the system and selection of the infrastructure that we would deploy throughout CCSD. And so, this included all of their engagement with us so far in developing the policy and strategy guidelines. And then we would hit pause and evaluate a second phase scope proposal.
Thank you.
All right. So having used AI extensively, and I've got a ton of notes. Let me see if I can get it right. So all right. So one of the things that I think AI adds value is the academic rigor and stamina that I want to make sure that's also included in what you're providing. You brought up a thought process is like testing for AI use maturity to make sure that what people are getting the output and they're able to cognitively make that aware and actually engage a little bit better. I did come up with another thing. I used to say, if you have something to say, find your voice, but AI tools have given you an opportunity now. If you have something to say, find somebody else's voice to use, because you can generate an AI personality. Love the fact that we're engaging the community. I think that's super important as we go forward. Again, I look forward to the budget. I'd love to see a state-of-the-art AI. And let's lead the way. The other thing that brought to mind was when we are providing AI to our students is somehow being able to capture that output to make sure that it's not just an AI on its own. We've got some sense of, did it do something wrong kind of thing. The other thing would be, this is for Mrs. Superintendent Huggins, is how are we engaging the South Carolina Department of Education? Are they leading the way? The other thing is, effective measurement of how teachers are grading or even get the opportunity to grade for the teachers. And then I came up with advanced use. There's general use that you're teaching students, but then there's also the advanced use, like the coding. I've tried coding myself, or I've started on it. Boy, that's going to be a road to travel. Movie productions. I did also, while you guys are coming up with all these solutions, is actually be able to inform legislation about how in education we should be protecting children and developing things like that. So example was the mental health licensing. AI doesn't have mental health licensing. Anyway, I look really forward to getting to know more about AI. And I think that's all.
We really appreciate all the feedback. Thank you all so much. We are not aware of a lot of development at the state level, but we want to lead the way too. So we appreciate the thoughtfulness
All
behind
right,
those questions.
great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'll just say one quick thing. As part of Teach AI, I did talk to someone from the South Carolina State Agency they came to speak to us. And there was significant interest in knowing what was happening. They were quite excited to hear that this work was happening. And it's something where I think there's an opportunity to kind of like the same thing with Greenville, but be able to kind of share the best practices as there are between 32 and 35 states, depending on how you calculate, if they have state level AI guidance, and we can share that. We have on our website all of the guidance from across the country. And I think that South Carolina is thinking about those next steps, and this could be a great way to encourage that.
Okay. If y'all don't mind, I'm just going to share stories because you never know when somebody's listening or not listening. With AI, I've had this wonderful experience with writing poetry. So I put something in a feeling, a text message or something and it comes back, and I've been able to actually understand art authors and about how their poetry. I think it's definitely been an experience to actually not just read somebody else's poem, but create it yourself. I have literally written bills and an article supporting that bill in less than 15 minutes using AI. The only problem is it didn't transfer from AI to an email. Anyway, that's just oh, and some other thing is I actually did academic rigor and stamina, and using all of our curriculum, our supplementary material, and making sure that it's meeting state law and it meets SCDE requirements. And then it would be awesome if that would actually be able to tell us like an international level of our academic rigor and stamina. All right, next subject.
All right, Ms. Lieber, thank you very much. We'll move on to item 7, which is the Audit and Finance Committee review information. All the items on the Audit and Finance Committee were informational, fairly standard, except that there was an internal audit. Pay attention to me. The internal audit would be the one thing that definitely stood out. There were a few things that were discovered in that audit. With that, I'll hand that over to Mr. Prentice to go into more detail on.
Sure, yeah. So our standard monthly reports, we didn't have any action items for the month of November. But we did have the internal audit presentation for accounting and student activity. As we talked about in the Audit and Finance Committee meeting, student activity funds are administered school level leaders across the system. So with a wide berth of schools comes in the need for consistent training and consistency in administering procedures under the student activity fund manual. So there were a few things that were flagged in that audit that are being addressed as findings. And so either school level leaders and their bookkeepers or centrally, those are being addressed and have been added to the matrix that you have in your attachments. With all the prior internal audits, the matrix is being updated every month, and we'll continue to share that information with you as the internal audits are completed. We do have 3 more coming in December, and we're making pretty significant progress on wrapping up the FY26 internal audit plan. And then, of course, we did have the budget proposal for the FY27 calendar included in that as well.
Can we ask questions?
Thank you, Mr. Prentice. I will open it up for questions. Ms. Jewett.
I just have a couple of questions from, well, all of it, because this is our time to, discuss anything. So there were a few findings. I was wondering if we were going to go over the findings at all, or, and once, obviously with the findings, what is the follow-up on those?
So
For instance, the past due AR balance is not being addressed.
Yes, ma'am. So those get added to the consolidated matrix from all of the internal audits, and we continue to provide the board with information. So if the board has any concern about those not being cleared, we certainly can have those conversations. But if you look back at the list of ones that have been addressed previously, actually all of those have been cleared. So then these will be added to that matrix next month, and we'll continue to update the status on a monthly basis.
You're talking about the green matrix, so moving it from red to.
So they'll turn yellow when these get added, and then as they're cleared, the clearance information will be added, and they'll be status changed as they're addressed.
And so where in the information we got from this board meeting or the cow, where was the red and the yellow? I only saw the green.
Well, so the prior month that information was shared, there were a few on there that were still pending and they were yellow. And so as they're addressed, we just clear them, just show status green that they've been addressed.
Okay.
So their status yellow because they're pending being addressed, and then green when they're cleared. So all of these would just be added regardless of the severity level.
But then is there like a follow-up in like 6 months that they're still being addressed, or is there, it's great that they're moving out of red, but then how do we know that they continue to?
So we'll continue to update all of them monthly. So if they're cleared, then, whether it was like in a standard operating procedure that needed to be implemented, or for example, I'll use this one that you just mentioned, the accounts receivable balances. What that was out-of-county tuition. It had not been consistently enforced across the system. And so during the internal audit process, we began sending out notifications under board policy and state law advising parents that had enrolled students in CCSD that had balances that pursuant to policy, if they did not pay by date certain, that they would be unenrolled from CCSD and sent back to their home county. If they didn't pay by the date that they were provided, then we sent unenrollment letters in late October, and we actually collected a majority of that out-of-county tuition delinquency. So what the finding references is that a formal documented process will be completed by December 31st, working with legal services. And so by December 31, I expect that my team in accounting and legal will work together to put that into a comprehensive SOP. And then that would be added to our staff level SOPs to make sure that there's a process for clearing those balances going forward. And then we would status that information in the matrix to advise the board that had been completed.
Okay. And so reconciliations are going to be more frequent as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And so are we going to know like how often those?
So that was discussed during the meeting. These are some small AR balances. And so that'd be done monthly going forward, just to align with best practices.
Okay. And then this was just something that I noticed, and it might have been on all the time, but I just noticed it on this report. The renovations to this building are both in the first sheet and the second sheet budget. Why? Which?
Are you looking at the capital
So if
project?
you're in
report?
capital, yeah, page 4, wave 4, Emergency Operations Center for Bridgeview.
So some of it was capital maintenance, and then some of it was furniture, fixtures, and equipment. So the capital maintenance pieces were budgeted and approved in the Phase 4 sales tax because that's an eligible source for capital maintenance of CCSD facilities. And then the furniture, fixtures, and equipment was included, and that includes all the IT, AV equipment, and everything like that was in fixed cost of ownership because that can't be purchased with the sales tax.
Okay.
So it's just two separate funding sources. So it shows up on each funding source level report.
Okay. For similar amounts. Okay.
Did any other trustees have questions about audit and finance?
I have one.
Ms. Bailey? Mm-hmm.
I have one question. I was looking at this.
Do you mind using your microphone?
Sorry. I was looking at this, one of the findings, and being that prior service supply, and we have to have accountability for everything that we access when we are doing construction. Why was these assets not recorded properly, tagged and recorded properly?
So I'm going to scroll to the correct one to make sure that I'm looking at it. So this really just comes down to that construction closeout process, and I can let Mr. Baroe speak further. Whenever a facility is completed, making sure that the teams are given the proper color asset tags to be able to go out, for example, and when the furniture gets delivered, installing those tags on all of the information to tie it back to the asset system. So the invoices are typically what's used to process serial numbers and backup information when we load the values of that those assets into our system. But then we need to be able to correlate those to the assets in the field for ongoing accountability purposes. And so there was a coordination between fixed asset supervisor and construction procurement to make sure that there's a handoff there whenever those processes are undertaken for the tagging to be able to happen systematically and under a formal process.
Okay, so that makes all of that process, make sure everything that we have purchased, used or didn't use is accounted for.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And it's, the standard procurement process of a school buying something or, even something being purchased for an existing facility that's being refreshed or replaced is a little different from the new construction process in terms of the ability to access the building when a certificate of occupancy is issued versus just being able to send somebody out into an existing facility. And so I think the volume of new construction that's happening now predicated a little bit of tightening up there.
Thank you.
Ms. Robertson, did you have something?
Yeah, Mr. Prentice, last month during public comments, I believe someone asked about additional reportings from other accounts. I don't remember your response, or is there a response to getting those additional reports?
So we included something in the board brief that week following. If you want to look back to that, there's some more information, but we are working with OpenGov. They're the same vendor that we worked with for the procurement portal. So the budget document for FY27, as well as our transparency reports, will be delivered through that interactive portal, and it will tie to all funds. So that'll be a different delivery compared to the current monthly financial report. You know, we do one for the GOF, we do one for weighted student funding. Now we've included Head Start. And really, the most efficient way to deliver all funds reporting monthly will be through some type of dashboard. So the budget document that the board got as a PDF this year will be more of an interactive dashboard that can be exported to a PDF so that it's easier to interface with. And then the monthly reports will follow that same cadence.
And the public would be able to see that as well.
Yes, ma'am. They'll be on the website publicly.
Thank you.
Dr. Temple?
Yeah, I'm looking at the audit and especially the sections on student activity funds. I'm wondering what's the timeline for working with the schools that the audit showed that they were not in compliance.
So a lot of these have already been addressed in working with the schools. So some of these dates have since passed, and we'll show that in the clearance status on the matrix next month when we push these items onto that. But the long-term view here is delivering consistent training on an ongoing basis. And we have a strategic plan in finance that we developed at the staff level. One of the elements of that strategic plan is developing an onboarding academy and recurring training program for all of our bookkeepers and school support staff tied into finance to make sure that they're consistently getting this information. So we'll be doing that on an ongoing basis across the system. And then also continuing to build our kind of staff level auditing program. We have a new employee starting with us later this month who is going to be very focused on the auditing of student activity fund processes throughout the schools. So we'll have a more ongoing, robust internal audit program. You know, not like this internal audit program where we're looking at individual functions, but where we're actually proactively going and looking at schools whenever we have transitions in leadership, and whenever we have new folks coming into facilities to make sure that, you know, if you had somebody that was there for 30 years and had been doing it, you know, pretty consistently following SOPs, to be replaced by somebody who, you know, is new to a type of position, is able to continue that following procedures and don't adopt their own habits, so to speak.
Having been in a school, all of these activities, it's a lot of paperwork. It's a lot of remembering to do this, remembering to do that, get it on time, that kind of thing. So, you know, maybe you could look at some kind of software or whatever to help make that better, and let's make sure we're paying our bookkeepers.
I had suggested the use of AI and push notifications to keep everybody on the same page.
So we have a couple of things, and that came up at Audit and Finance. We have a solution that we've deployed to schools, and they're undergoing training now called Givebacks that helps them manage their PTA, PTO booster funds a little bit more consistently, all under the same roof for tracking purposes. So it's kind of an accounting system for that work. And then we're also deploying to schools a P card that's specifically branded and controlled for student activity fund use only, where they can dispatch that card out for a specific, very limited purpose. Like, you know, bus driver is taking kids in an activity bus to a sporting event, and they need to stop by Pizza Hut on the way back, and they could have, you know, $300 authorization on that card only to be used at Pizza Hut. And that way, instead of us having the, you know, the parent buy the pizza and then submit a paper reimbursement request and then have a check cut, you know, and a paper receipt issued through the current kind of manual student activity fund process, our point of purchasing can all be handled through a consistent district administered mechanism. So all of that P card work is being rolled out over the next month. We just started communicating that out to building leadership in the last couple of weeks.
Right. I mean, because it's a lot of activity going on. It's
Absolutely.
As a principal, it took up too much of my time.
Ms. Jewett, you had something else?
Oh, I just wanted to follow up on Ms. Dunmire's question with regard to more information. I do think that if we're going to have more of a dashboard, it would be good to have some sort of workshop where there's guidance as to how to get all the information and understand it, because, well, like even just on our computers, half the page is you know, school district information, and then we're looking at this much of the screen with data, and it's hard to see as somebody that actually does know finance, but then, some people didn't study finance, so. And also, as we are all moving into more of a higher level of technology, it's just important to continue to maintain that everyone understands where to go, how to go. For instance, the information about what purchases above $250,000, it goes to a page that's just a bar chart. And you have to scroll through that page to finally get to the point where you get to the slide that talks about what we're looking for. So I think it would be really good in the next year to start kind of going over this information with the board so that the whole board understands, because financial responsibility is one of the biggest parts of our job. And if we don't really know what we're looking at, then we can't be accountable. So a workshop would be great.
Okay.
Do any other trustees have anything? With that, we'll roll into item 8, which is the policies. Mr. Grabowski, since Mr. Hollenshed has been serving in this capacity, I'm gonna hand it over to him. Mr. Hollenshed. Mr. Grabowski, did you have anything on audit and finance, by the way?
No, everything's been said.
I couldn't hear you.
No, everything was covered very well, especially the questions from the rest of the board members.
Mr. Hollenshed, go ahead.
If I may interject 1 minute, we learned that there was a typo in the agenda with policy 8A. It says policy BD, but it's policy BE.
Yeah.
But policy BE is the one that's attached, which is correct. So it's policy BE that's would be under discussion for A.
Thank you, Ms. McKinney.
Sure.
Mr. Hollenshed.
So where's my trustee advisor? There you go. We're gonna go into policy BE.
Good evening. Yes, policy BE was just a quick amendment there, and it was just adding that public comments would be allowed at the committee of the whole. It's added there. Excuse me, I flipped the page on line 61, just under public comment, just very simple, adding that one phrase.
Mr. Hollenshed, would you like to make the motion?
I have a question.
I'm sorry.
Motion and second, and then we open it up for questions.
Second.
Well, he hasn't made the motion yet.
Take the motion to approve policy BE, public comments.
Okay, seconded by Dr. Temple. Yep, Ms. Roberson.
Yes, line 61.
May I quickly interject? I'm so sorry, Ms. Roberson. Mr. Hollenshed, the typo is it's policy BE board meetings. We're discussing the public comment section of it, but I just wanted to make sure your motion was
BE?
BE. And it's,
I did say BE, didn't I?
oh, and I thought you said the name of it was public comment, but it's board meetings. I'm sorry. Did I mishear?
Sorry. I did say BE. I didn't say that part. You're right.
I apologize.
No problem.
Okay.
Did you correct it, Trudy? Thank you, ma'am.
If you all would look at line 61, I'm proposing to take out the time, 5:15 p.m., and just have it to read, an individual who desires to appear before a regular meeting of the board or the committee of the whole shall sign in prior to the open session and will be allowed to blah, blah, blah. The relevancy is that, like, today, the cow started at 4, and so the time it would vary, and so we would need to not have a time in the policy.
Make a motion to move. You need to make a motion to amend it then.
I don't know about the motion, but But in terms of line
Okay.
61, instead of it reading 5:15, shall sign in prior to the meeting.
To the open session.
Mhm.
It says the committee of the whole shall sign in prior to 5:15 to the open session will be allowed a maximum time of 2 minutes to address the board.
And everything else remains the same. The only thing.
How is it written for the regular board meeting? I thought it was an hour prior. Or the sign-in sheet opens an hour prior and up to the start of the meeting.
It was. You're right, it was like that at one time.
Yeah,
I think it still is.
hold on.
It's in another policy.
It's just my thought that the two should mirror one another.
Ms. Higgins? Ms. Anita?
I'm looking at the,
Oh,
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the BDE to see if it's in there, Mr.
And the board meeting ones, maybe,
Mhm.
maybe check the.
Online public comment portion of BDE
Right.
perhaps?
Mhm.
yeah. Didn't you talk about that in?
BDE. It's both places, they're both agenda.
Mhm. The key is that if we change the time of the meeting,
Mhm.
the
Mm.
time 5:15 will not be,
Yeah, like today, when the meeting got changed to a different time.
Or
No one was
it,
notified.
it could state also, unless the meeting time posted otherwise. So I know, when I served as Cal before, we had the meetings at 2 PM in the afternoon.
yeah, so that's why, my point
Mhm.
exactly.
Yeah.
Should take out the time and just let it read. You're right. This shall sign in prior to the open session,
Mhm.
and we'll safe right that, just take the time out.
And we have time between now and, because we're not taking this up immediately following this meeting, correct?
We are.
Yes.
We are.
Oh, we are. Okay. But that'll just be the first reading. So we do have time between this reading and December to correct if we need to.
Madam Chair? No,
Yes.
I was, you making a comment, I was asking,
Well, I'm not chairing the meeting, Liz.
I'm sorry,
Well,
but I mean, still, Madam Chair.
Okay.
But not at this meeting.
So we're gonna we're gonna make a motion to amend, or we're just gonna leave it the way it is? And so you're making a motion to amend it?
Yes.
Which one? Ooh,
Darlene made the motion.
I move to amend policy BE, line 61, to remove the time from line 61.
we need a, you heard the motion, we need a second.
A second.
Well, actually, it should reflect open session.
Remove the words prior to the 5:15 PM.
No.
No, just,
No, it should say prior to the open session.
no, just the date.
Prior to the
It
meeting.
should read,
Remove
the committee of the whole should
Yeah.
sign in prior to the open session.
Mhm.
We are only removing the time.
and the word the.
No.
No, okay, you're right.
Madam Council?
We're good.
I
We're
got
good to go. I think we have it.
Got it.
It's
I-
fine.
We'll have that, we'll make that addition, that edit before the next, for the next meeting, the second reading.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
That's fine.
So your motion stands as,
We're bringing it up for her.
To remove the time from line 61.
Just call for the vote.
a second, I'll call for the vote.
Madam Chair, if I could make a point of order, I mean, this is a Cal meeting. So I think all we're doing right now is asking that this be brought forth to the board for discussion at the board meeting, which will be following. And I would think that at that meeting, it'd be proper to file your motion to amend the language.
Yes, sir. Mr. Grabowski. That would be proper protocol.
I think this is when we amend, isn't it?
I think we could.
Here, it's okay. Here at the.
I've got some discussion.
We're forwarding it. Well, he's just called for the vote.
Because the motion is.
Motion.
We're gonna take it up in probably an hour anyways.
At the regular board meeting. Can I just make a comment?
Sure.
So I sent a pretty lengthy, thoughtful email about maturing public comments, and it seems to have fallen on deaf ears. Specifically was allowing groups longer than a 2-minute conversation to present, organizing a little better. I know I sent that email because Dr. Temple said, you know, there's a lot of things in this to think about.
It could be action item to make it actionable.
Well, isn't that not the policy liaison?
So,
You could have wrote.
Madam Chair, may I speak?
Miss McKinney?
Sorry.
So, a vote has been called for to send this forward to the board for consideration. And your points are good points, but they're not on the agenda. They should go to the policy liaison and asked to be brought up, and Ms. Thompson, who is the
So you're
should I say
Staff attorney?
staff that works with the policy liaison. But we can't talk about that now because it's not on the agenda.
But putting it back into policy, sorry, I'm just dense a little today. Put that back into policy, is that not, should I not move to have this pushed back to the policy committee?
Are you talking about for public comments on the committee of the whole meeting?
Yeah,
May
yeah.
I'm,
May I speak?
one moment, please. So we remain order.
Am I getting the wrong policy?
No. I'm asking you, I'm not familiar with the email that you're referencing.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
So is the email that you're referencing, is it in regard to policy BE?
I believe it was more like the detail of how public comments are received. Like, is it the 2-minute? Maybe I'm in the wrong policy. Is that what is happening?
Right.
Okay.
So yeah, let's maybe that's a conversation from Mr. Grabowski and the staff attorney for the next meeting for policy liaison.
Why don't we do that, Mrs. Lieber? I'm looking at the email now, and we can return it to Mrs. Thompson and take this matter up here for first and second reading, and then if the board wishes to take this matter up, you can discuss it with Mr. Grabowski.
Okay. But it is the same policy that that information would be put in.
It could be, yes,
it
ma'am.
It could be. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I'm looking at it now.
Can we resend it to the board members so that they have access to it?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'll send what chain I have back to the board.
Okay, we are actually in the process of a vote. We're not supposed to have discussion now because it's been closed out.
What are we doing now?
We're supposed to be voting
On what?
on BE, your amendment.
Okay.
Mhm.
Um,
Oh, let's.
Motion to amend the motion to remove the word 5:15 PM from line 61 in draft policy BE ordinance.
And then it should be to send it to the regular scheduled board meeting.
It's two motions. Point of order, you're talking two motions. You have a motion to amend, and once the motion to amend is discussed, then you go on to the second motion, which would be to move it on to the board.
Yeah.
As a point of order, I still caution the board. I think the original motion was correct. I agree that some of this could have been discussed at the first reading, and that's when it would have been proper during the board meeting. I do not think it's proper to discuss amending something at this point at Cal. I'm not saying it can't be done in the next, 30, 40 minutes at the next meeting. I think that's the proper venue. I think the first
Mr.
motion was
Frampton, would you
proper.
like to weigh in on this?
The idea was too many people talking at one time. As far as I know, there's one item on the agenda. That item is to amend policy BE, not BD, as noted on the agenda, to add 1 or 2 words to policy BE. That's the only thing on the cow agenda.
Yes,
Okay.
No other amendments on the cow agenda to policy BE, as far as I know.
Mr. Grabowski's argument is that we shouldn't be doing the amendment now, that we should first make the motion to advance it to an hour from now and then do the amendments.
It could be done then, or it could be done at second reading.
Right.
I mean, that's the point of having a first and a second reading is
Right,
that you
but
make
technically-
fixes between first and second. So if Ms. Roberson wanted another change made to policy BE,
Mhm.
then at second reading, it could include adding public comments to the COW, as well as her request to delete the 515 reference in time. That
Okay.
seems the easiest way to do it to me.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and take the vote on the motion at hand, which is to go ahead and amend it.
I think Mr. Franklin was, I could be
I
wrong,
know,
actually,
but-
he's agreeing with what Mr. Grabowski
Right.
said. You're forwarding it now to the board. Typically, what we would have is we would hear the discussion and we'd make the change between now.
Ms. Huggins, I understand.
meeting.
Typically, what we do at the COW is we make the motion to advance it.
Correct.
And then once it gets to the regular board meeting, it's amended.
We can-
I
we
no,
can-
I understand that, but I feel like we're spiraling into confusion at this point, so I'm just trying to move it along. So we can vote to move it to the board. Well, Ms. Trudy, what do you have on your screen as far as the motion goes? Because I think Ms. Trudy is probably confused right now too. It's a motion to advance. Mhm.
November 10th, 2025 board meeting for consideration to approve.
There we go.
That is the correct motion.
Correct.
So we now have a motion on the floor that's been seconded. Mr. Frampton, so that is the correct motion.
Which I understand a motion only to change, to add the words
see-
at the COW meeting. is
Okay, Mr.
public hearing.
Frampton, I'm sorry, but we need you to pay attention right now. The correct.
I thought I was
motion-
answering your question.
No, sir. The correct motion that we should be entertaining right now is to advance policy BE to the regular scheduled board meeting, which is in about an hour. However, there's been a motion made and seconded that has edits. And that's the point that Mr. Grabowski was trying to make. Is that, we're not entertaining, so if we're going to make a motion to advance the policy, then that's not the motion that's been seconded. The motion that's been made and seconded is an edit. So, Mr.
An amendment, you mean? Because BE has been edited.
So,
That is
but-
the edit that was made by the liaison.
well, no, there's been a motion that has been made and seconded to make another edit. And Mr. Grabowski was calling a point of order to the motions being out of order. The correct motion at the COW is to advance it to the regularly scheduled board meeting, and we've gotten ahead of ourselves.
Agreed.
So do
That-
you
what
feel that
I
it,
just addressed is that the only thing on your agenda for the COW meeting is to advance policy BE as it was shown in your package.
Yes, sir.
So to speak,
what I'm
which
asking you,
was.
what I was asking you is, would it be proper to now ask Ms. Dunmeyer to rescind the motion that she's made that's been seconded? Which is the
That is
edit.
what I said, yes,
Okay.
because the only thing on the agenda is to advance the policy, merely adding public hearing to the COW, not to amend something else in policy BE.
Okay, so Ms. Roberson,
But the additional point I was making was that amendment could be made as second reading.
right, well, it technically would be the first reading. Mhm. Ms. Roberson, would
It's
you
not.
be willing to rescind your motion
Yes, and then I'm going to make the same motion.
at the regular
at the-
meeting? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. Now back to, the motion should be to advance to the regularly scheduled board meeting, policy BE, for its first reading. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Can we vote with a show of hands? All in favor? Any opposed? Mr. Hollenshed. Now we are moving on to item E. Would you like to take it?
You want me to take it?
Mhm.
I thought you would take it. I'm fine. Really?
The liaison can ask the chair to handle it.
Madam Chair, you can handle it.
Okay, thank you. I will. We will move on to items. Are we on 8? Yes, 8B, policy BDE, board committees.
This is just a language that would mirror the language in BE, and it would allow public comment to be at the end of a COW meeting. All provisions of the public comment policy in BE would apply. And then we added down there in line 27 that there would be 4 categories now rather than 3, and the 4th category would be public comment.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have a motion?
I so move. Second.
All right, open for discussion. All right, all in favor of forwarding this to the regular board meeting? Show of hands. Any opposed? Okay. And then items 8C, repeal of the G policies. GCKAA, GCKAAA, GCKBA, GDJA. Be careful with that one. I'll hand that over to the staff attorney.
So all of those that we are seeking repeal of, the GCKAA, as you just said, GCKAAA, GCKBA, GDJA, that is hard. All of those language were combined into the policy that we introduced at the last meeting, and as just transfers in general, rather than having 4 very small policies, we combined it into 2, one for classified, one for certified. So it would just be redundant if we had the language in 2 different places in the manual.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there a motion?
I so move.
Second.
Second.
All in favor? Oh, Ms. Jewett?
So I just wanted to confirm that none of the language was significantly changed or anything from these policies that were.
No, that's
Because
correct.
obviously the other one came and it didn't come attached, so it was hard to know, like.
Right.
Okay, so there is another one, but I don't remember the exact wording of the other one.
It was inserted almost verbatim into the other policies, a few minor grammatical changes, and that was it.
Okay, thank you.
Substantively the same.
Thank you.
Anybody else? All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, we will now move on to other business, 9A, the naming of facilities, North Charleston High School Stadium. Ms. Denny, would you like to come up and present this?
Absolutely, Ms. Wiley. I'll present from here so that I can have dual roles.
Ms. Denny?
Absolutely. So the North Charleston High School Football Field Naming Committee met. Oh, Trudy. Yeah, that would be great. And so there are 3 separate motions tonight. Let me pull this up on my own screen.
First one is naming of the stadium, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, you're correct. So the committee would like to name the stadium, the Bonds Wilson Stadium.
I'd like to put that in the motion.
There's a motion.
Second.
The motion as posted on the motion to advance to the November 10th, 2025 board meeting for consideration to name the new North Charleston High School football stadium, the Bonds Wilson Stadium, and seconded by Ms. McKinney. And I'll open it up for discussion. Was that all of your presentation, Ms. Denny, or did you have some more to say? I know, I know.
There are 3 separate agenda items. That
Right,
was
we're gonna
first.
handle them one at a time.
Correct.
Yes. I know. Miss Denny, did you have anything else to add to your, okay? Did any of the trustees have any
Just, I
comments?
think it's a great name to hold that Bonds Wilson sacred.
History.
That's really good.
And we might add that the naming committee had a unanimous decision on it.
I wanted to add, reading through it, I really liked, I could, it was very obvious to me, the collaboration that went on behind, in the committee meeting with all three of the motions that we're going to take up. Now, Mr. Hollenshed, if you would like to maybe ask for a friendly amendment to lump all three motions together, and we can vote on all three at the same time unless there is some opposition to that idea.
Are you fine with that?
Well, no, that would be amongst the board
I
members.
know John don't want to ruin her presentation, that's all.
I have no opposition to that.
Okay, well, I'll make an amendment motion to combine all three into one motion. And also, it is an honor because Mr. Wilson was my next door neighbor, so.
Do we have discussion? I just think that we should do it individually.
You want to do it individually?
Yeah,
Okay,
significant.
okay, all right.
So-
So then we'll take the first motion.
Take the first one. Oh,
All right.
sorry.
No, I could feel your excitement, so I was gonna let you take it.
As we call him, Professor Wilson.
I remember growing up with Bonds Wilson. Should we do a voice vote?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am,
Okay.
please.
W-
Yes, ma'am.
All in favor, show of hands, please. Mr. Grabowski?
His hands up.
All right, that's a unanimous. So we'll move on to the second item, which is the naming of facilities. North Charleston High School field naming. The North Charleston High School community would like to honor a notable North Charleston High School alumni, Lance Corporal Isaac Sparkman, who was one of the first North Charleston High School alumni to give his life in service during the Vietnam War by naming the new football field in his honor.
I make the motion.
Mr.
Second.
Hollenshed makes the motion, Ms. McKinney seconds.
Thank you.
You guys ready for us? We'll do a show of hands again. All in favor? Mr. Grabowski?
His hands
And
up.
any, okay, that's a unanimous. And then we'll move on to the third one. The committee also voted on a motion to name the North Charleston High School Gymnasium, the Warren Pepper Ernest Carter Jr. Athletic Center contingent upon gymnasium construction funding approval by the Board of Trustees. The honor was selected by the committee as Mr. Carter was a Liberty Hill area athlete at North Charleston High School, and Mr. Pepper, in North Charleston High School athlete and alumni who went on to become a local broadcaster.
I make the motion.
Mr. Hollenshed,
Second.
Ms. McKinney. You ready for us? All in favor, raise your hands.
Can I ask a question?
It would be more proper before voting starts. But go ahead, go ahead.
And call for it.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to ask Mr. Barori, when did he think that funding will be available for this?
Our plan is to bring a proposal to the board in February of this year.
That was a very good question. In my excitement, I carried on. So would you like to cast your vote now?
Yes.
Okay, so that would also be unanimous. All right, we will now move on to item D, which is the determining the agenda items moving to potential consent.
I think they were all.
I think they were all unanimous.
So when do I get to make my
Yeah, on BE, we got that one changed on BE.
when we get to the regular board meeting. Mhm. We'll make sure when we do the adoption of the agenda. Mhm.
So when you all approve the minutes, you don't, on the consent, you don't approve 8A, and you'll do the motion separately.
All right, and now we will move to item 10A, public comments. Before we begin public comments, I'm going to read the policy. No speaker may use the public comment session for personal or derogatory comment of any individual to discuss personnel matters or to discuss matters otherwise private or confidential. Speakers are to discuss issues, not individuals. Issues addressed should reflect business that is before the board and or is relevant to the district. The chairman or their designee is authorized to terminate any speaker's time who does not observe this policy. We have two speakers this evening, Reverend Nelson Rivers and Char Fitzwater. If you will, is Reverend Rivers still in the room? I did see him leave. Did he come back in? Is he out in the lobby maybe? And Ms. Fitzwater, if he's not out there, just go ahead and come on up and you've got the full 2 minutes. Yeah, I know, I saw him. He's already left. Okay, Ms. Fitzwater.
I'll try not to panic running up. Good evening, I'm Dr. Shar Fitzwater. My topics are for the COW are related to the Audit and Finance Committee meeting. I'm pleased to see the ongoing internal audit work underway. The student activity audit did all of the things it was supposed to. It pointed out recommendations of procedures to be strengthened and best practices which Mr. Prentice and his team responded to proactively. The student activity funds and procedures are included in the student activity manual. This is one of the places, maybe there are more, but one place where what happens in the finance arena impacts students. Any student that gets an opportunity to be in a leadership role where they're handling finances, perhaps as a treasurer or other role, they get to know that they need to reconcile things and have the numbers add up. I bet they do it on a spreadsheet instead of ledger paper. I bet a lot of people in this room don't know what that is. Sorry. I don't think you have a bowling team or junior achievement, but I'd just like you to know that I know that what you do in many ways impacts the students, and I hope that Mr. Prentice is aware that his impact is there too. On a more serious note, Mr. Prentice reviewed the budgeting process elements. Sorry, it's my son trying to call. The topics that he came up with included having projections that I assume would be a big base case, but I would suggest that assessment of the risks also be included in the process, particularly given some of the things in the wider landscape in the United States that are taking place. I know he's already addressed having some borrowing available if there's a financing delay, but there are other risks that you may be looking forward to, and I hope that you do planning that takes that into it. Thank you for your consideration and all you do.
Thank you, Ms. Fitzwater. The last item on the agenda is closing items. Oh, that's right. We have 3 online comments that were made. All 3 were regarding neighborhood schools. Closing items, upcoming meetings. We've got the November the 10th, 2025 board meeting, which is right after this. And then we have the December 8th, 2025 Committee of the Whole board meeting, and then January 12th, 2026 Committee of the Whole. And then we have January 26th board meeting. If we could also include the audit and finance meetings to this, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Know what time the meeting will start on December 8th?
The Committee of the Whole, we'll stick with the 5:15.
4 p.m. Both.
Oh, that's a double. That's right. Yeah, we'll stick with 4 p.m. just to keep from the confusion. And with that, we do have a motion to adjourn.
So
10-minute break or? We will call to order the November 10th, 2025 Board of Trustees meeting. I will ask everyone to stand for a moment of silence before the Stiles Point students lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm glad to be here this evening. I've brought former and current members of our safety patrol to lead us in the pledge. I have Piper Hurst, who is in 5th grade. I have George Griffin, who's in 5th grade. And I have Harris French, who is one of our 5th graders.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda excluding item 8A from the consent agenda.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
So Ms. Watley made the motion, Mr. Hollenshed second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And it is unanimous, Ms. Bowles. I will entertain a motion to accept as corrected the minutes for October 1st, special called board meeting, approval of October 27th board meeting minutes, approval of November 3rd, 2025 board meeting minutes, and approval of the November 3rd. Wait a minute. I repeated myself. Special call board meeting. Is there a motion?
Ms. Dunbar has.
I would like for it to be done separately.
Oh, certainly. I'm sorry. I misunderstood what Ms. Bowles told me. Is there a motion to approve as corrected the October 1st, 2025 special called board meeting minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Made by Mrs. Roberson. Who wants to claim second? Second by Mr. Hollenshed. Any further discussion on that? All in favor, please raise your hand.
Aye.
Dr. Temple, are you good with it? Okay. So the unanimous, Ms. Bowles. Is there a motion to approve the October 27th, 2025 board meeting minutes?
So moved.
Moved by Mrs. Roberson, is second by Ms. Bailey. Any corrections or discussion on that? All those in favor, please raise your hand. It's unanimous, Ms. Bowles. Is there a motion to approve the November 3rd, 2025 board meeting minutes?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Roberson.
I would like to, for the record, ask that the entire transcript from the November 3rd meeting be added to the minutes. If you look at the minutes now, it's only what we voted on. And because it was such a intense meeting, I think that it's important for the public to have access to the full transcript if they should look at our board meeting minutes.
And so I'm assuming we would have to hire someone to.
I have the complete transcript.
On YouTube.
Oh, as it's.
Yeah.
Okay. So, um, make that an attachment to the presented minutes. Is that your?
That's it.
Okay.
Where did you
Will
get the
explain to
transcript?
them what you, I know what you're.
Yes, the entire transcript, if you go to YouTube, you can download the entire transcript from the meeting. Word by word, play by play, minute by minute. I would like to have it attached to the November 3rd meeting minutes.
You want that, you have that in the motion? Yeah, second.
So, the motion is to approve the November 3rd, 2025 board meeting minutes with the attachment of a full transcript. Ms. Roberson has made the motion. Is there an issue with that? And Mr. Hollenshed has seconded. Correct. Mhm.
No, the written transcript. Yes.
I was conferring with staff. The transcript from YouTube is AI generated, so it's not validated to the written or spoken word. So I think if we included the transcript, we would just have to link to YouTube as the source versus someone coming in and actually transcribing the spoken words in the meeting. I'm not sure that that's it's like an AI readout of a meeting. It's not really the word for word validated,
Like a court
court
reporter.
reporter style transcript. That's my
Okay.
only concern.
Well, I would like the written minutes from that meeting. There's a lot of things that was said that needs to be documented and not just what we voted on. So I'm not, if this is not acceptable, Ms. Trudy, you can figure it out. But we need to have the written minutes. That meeting has a lot of information that we need to be able to have access to for any future questions.
Madam Chair,
So, yes, yes, sir.
if it's not, if the writing is not authenticated, it probably, if you attach it, it probably needs to be heavily caveated to say that it is not an official transcript of the discussion or the proceedings. I mean, you could still attach it if you chose to do so, but it should be noted that it is not an official rendition of the discussion.
And let me say that would be acceptable now, but I think moving forward in the future, we need to figure out how we are going to have the full transcript documented if there's a request. And especially we are moving into this AI. And if it's not acceptable, we need to figure it out.
Well, the obvious way to, not obvious, so one way to do it would be to have, a recording, a transcription of the recording. If you all chose to do that, but that would be the way to do that if the board wished to attach a transcription of the discussion to the minutes.
Madam Chair.
So there is currently a motion to approve the minutes for the November 3rd, 2025 board meeting minutes with a transcript attached.
Madam Chair, I'd like to raise a point of order.
Call it a transcript, it would be a rendition of the discussion.
All right.
Call for the vote.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
as a
sir.
point of order, that once again, we stray off into these areas that are not covered under the agenda and notice it. But I do understand Ms. Roberson's concern, and I think it is definitely an issue that we should address as a policy issue so that we do have a written, authenticated transcript, which we don't have a procedure now since we're just using the YouTube version. So I do think, as Mr. Frampton noted, that for purposes of our transcripts now, the YouTube link is what we have. Anything else wouldn't be official. But I do think that Ms. Roberson does bring up a good point that we should look into something and that we would get our opinions as to what constitutes an official transcript, but that's a legal term.
So I will call for the vote. I will repeat it one last time. Motion to approve the November 3rd, 2025 board meeting minutes with the attachment of a written rendition. All those in favor?
I'll do a voice vote, nay.
So I'm sorry, hands again. 1, 2, 3, 7. And the motion passes 7 yeas. We will move on to item 1G, approval of the November 3rd, 2025 special call board meeting minutes. Is there motion to accept them?
Make a motion to.
Second.
Mr. Hollingshead makes the motion. Ms. Watley seconds. Is there discussion? Then we'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Ms. Bailey, was your hand? And it's unanimous, Ms. Bowles. All right, we will move on then to item 2A, public comments. And as we state each meeting, that no speaker may use the public comment session for personal or derogatory comment of any individual, to discuss personnel matters, or to discuss matters otherwise private or confidential. Speakers are to discuss issues, not individuals. Issues addressed should reflect business that is before the board
Madam
and
Chairman?
relevant to the district.
Hold on 1 second.
Special.
Madam Chairman, we had the special recognition. Point of order.
I do apologize. I was following the printed agenda.
My printed one has it. My printed one has it.
Ms. Huggins, I will turn the special recognitions over to you.
Thank you, Mrs. McKinney. We've got a group of really, really special people here. They did phenomenal work leading their schools to exceptional increased achievement, increased growth, increased work and community engagement with those who celebrate our children in their community. So I'd like to ask them to rise and leave that door and come back in through the one up here and stand and be recognized for increased school ratings and or points on the 2025 school report card. And let's go ahead and start cheering for them. Woohoo! Mr. Timoni, bring that baby right on up here. Bring the baby. She's the star of the show. Just come here on the side and bring her up this way. Mr. Reidenbach. She's the star. She's one of our future scholars. Precious baby. Come on, Dr. Swearingen, bring the baby on up. You come right on up here too, Mr. Timoni. Come on up here with your mama. Yes. Oh, no, I don't know about that, Miss Watley. Come on up here. I'm sorry, Miss Watley, you are one of my 9 bosses. So the answer is yes, always yes. Go find your mama, baby. She's gonna be on the back there. She's gonna be on the back row. There she is, right there. We got the baby up here too, Miss Timoni. We brought the baby. Well, Dr. Schweringen's bringing the baby up here to be recognized. Come on, go up there with your mama. So, what'd you say? You see Jennifer pinch that baby, Ashlyn. You saw that? So these people who stand before you are some of the best in the business, and they have led with vision, creativity, thoughtfulness, and a lot of strategy to take their schools to the next level. Some jumping 2 levels, some jumping more with a lot of, I've seen many of them shed tears, want to scream, but always thoughtfully with a plan in place to do what's best for kids. Most of them represent our neighborhood schools. Some of them represent our partnership schools at Meany Street. We have Voyager up here, and we just want to thank all of you for the work that you do every day focused on kids. We say every day the teacher in the classroom is the most important person making a difference for kids, and I know you all believe that and agree with that. But without exceptional leaders who are focused on kids, we simply could not do the work. So I want to thank you all for being here. We're going to go down. I could tell all of your names, but I'll let you tell your names and the school you are. Shannon McAllister, Stiles Point.
Shannon McAllister, Stiles Point.
Virginia Sayer.
Virginia Sayer, Camp Road. Hannah Mims, formerly Mount Zion, now Angel Oak Primary.
Exceptional work, Anna.
Natasha Giles, Meeting Street at Burns Elementary.
Roger Michael, Meeting Street, Brentwood Elementary, Middle.
Meetings, Mary Catherine Lancaster, Meeting Street, Brentwood Elementary.
It's important to note that this partnership right here at Meeting Street elevated student outcomes significantly, all increasing their ratings. We're really proud of you and all of you. Ms. Smith.
Latoya Smith, North Charleston Creative Arts Elementary.
Queen Bee.
Shaniqua Dantzler, North Charleston Creative Arts.
That's right.
Allie Rhoda, Street and Hall Elementary.
Michael Antonelli, Meminger Elementary.
The baby's mama, Ashlyn Timon.
Ashlyn Timoni, Minnie Hughes Elementary.
And one of our scholars who attends.
Minnie Hughes.
And your name is?
Chitamoni.
Archie Timoni, and that's your Archie Timoni dad, who left a charter school and is now at the Zucker Middle School. Is that correct, Mr. Timoni? Yes, exactly. I was queuing him up just in case he forgot where he was from. The Chris Haynes.
Chris Haynes, Jerry Zucker Middle School Science.
Dr. Brandt.
Andy Brandt, West Ashley High School.
And we stole you from a neighboring district.
You did. Tiffany Harris, Baptist Hill High School.
We're so glad to have you.
John Cable, Carolina Voyager Charter School.
I should have just introduced all of you. Dr. Hunter.
Lee Hunter, Baptist Hill High School.
Brian Rutherford, Baptist Hill High School.
Also a really good steal from a neighboring district. Mr. James.
Farrakhan James, Baptist Hill High School.
Mr. Joyner.
Jermaine Joyner, St. Charles High School.
How many points were you away from good?
0.57.
Mr. Sheldon Bloomfield, a great hire.
Sheldon Bloomfield, James V. Edwards Elementary.
We're going to skip on over you and go on to me. I'm just kidding, Dr. Perrineau.
Robert Perrineau Jr., Military Magnet Academy.
Military and high. Mrs. Malone.
Janice Malone at Sanders Clyde Elementary.
Proud of your work, Ms. Birch.
Rudell Birch at St. James Santee Elementary Middle School.
We're glad to have you, Ms. Birch and Ms. McMillan.
La Carma McMillan, St. James Santee Elementary Middle.
So let's give them all another great round of applause. All of you come join them. Come join them. Come join them. Come join them for a great big photo. Now, I know you all have been dying to hear my presentation, which is 23 slides, but I'm going to dismiss you after you take your photo. So slide in, take a great big photo with this wonderful group of folks here. Okay, Miss Sully? Wait a minute, let's get the baby. Come on, stop. I tried, she didn't like that. Don't you see our Y now? Come right on up here. We're gonna represent the future right here. Oh, baby. All right, everybody, smile. Smile.
Hey, look right this way. 1, 2, 3.
There we go. Got it. It's precious.
I said I'd talk to you.
With the public comments.
Yeah.
I'll go now. I'll go. I know.
Thank you,
Is
Ms.
that the
McKinney. That's all.
conclusion of
That's the
special
conclusion.
recognitions, or are there more?
No, ma'am. There, of course, that work wouldn't be possible without the great leaders that sit alongside me. Dr. Coakley, Dr. Swearingen, Dr. Williams, Dr. Epplesheimer, Mrs. Simmons, and Mrs. Haynes, and all the executive directors and that work alongside of them as principal supervisors under the leadership of Dr. Clamp, our deputy superintendent. So special thanks to all of them and all the people seated here who make things work in schools.
Sure. Well, that's good that the public got to see that special recognition.
Yes, ma'am.
So we will go on to public comments, and we will follow our protocol of calling up 3 members of the public at one time. Once you take the podium, if you'd kindly introduce yourself. The Reverend Nelson B. Rivers III, Dr. Char Fitzwater, and the Reverend Cynthia Smalls.
Shall I assume he's not here?
Go ahead.
Okay, okay. I'm Dr. Shar Fitzwater. It's exciting, though not surprising, to read the overview of positive feedback this board has released recently. To quote Superintendent Huggins in a press release, every child in every classroom deserves a world-class education. Tenacity and enthusiastic leadership in the district is yielding results that every member of this board clearly endorses. I am, however, a little confused. Based on the February board presentation about the superintendent evaluation process, I understood the evaluation was conducted in 2 parts with different topics in each of the 2 parts over 2 years. I'm wondering if that changed. Did the board consolidate the review into one evaluation, or is there a second part to be conducted next year? Also, policy CBI sets out the board's evaluation process, indicating the board gives the superintendent a written evaluation to which the superintendent is invited to respond. Then the board sets new priorities and objectives as a basis for the next year's evaluation and may consider adjustments to the superintendent's contract. They're all good elements for an executive review. But it's been just 1 week since the special meeting regarding the assessment's findings, so I encourage you as a board to give adequate time and attention to coalesce the post-assessment work, receiving and considering the superintendent's feedback, and jointly setting priorities and objectives for going forward. This unifies the board's expectations and ensures a good understanding with the superintendent going forward. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Reverend Smalls.
Good evening, Chair, trustees, superintendent, and members of this community. My name is Reverend Cynthia Lane Smalls, a servant of God and a faith leader in Charleston County. I come here tonight with a heavy heart. After witnessing the conduct displayed during last Monday's meeting, the very individual assigned to keep order Tone was combative, insensitive, and his words came across as defensive and personal. Scripture in the Bible reminds us in Proverbs 15, chapter 15, verse 1, a gentle answer turns away wrath, but a harsh word stirs up anger. Temperament matters. It makes a big difference, especially for those placed in position of authority and trust. Amen. With those responsible for guiding the process lose their composure, it breeds chaos and much confusion. Those individuals should be a calm counsel and not a source of conflict. I am urging this board to remember that leadership is not just about authority, it's about setting the example. Amen. Setting the example. We are watching the churches, the community, parents, and our students. When adults fail to demonstrate patience and restraint, we are teaching the wrong lesson. As Apostle Paul wrote in Galatians 5, chapter 5, verses 22 to 23, the fruit of the Spirit, love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. These qualities should guide every word spoken in this boardroom. May we move forward with humble hearts, tempers tempered, and renewed commitment to the dignity that this office demands. Thank you. I pray God's peace and blessing upon all of you. I made some phone calls to some of the trustees and explained and told them right after the meeting how disappointed I was in what happened. It appeared to be very personal, not right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Ron Roberson and Francis Claspy.
Good evening. Madam Chair, trustees, superintendent, district personnel, and members of the public. My name is Ron Roberson, and tonight I come to you not as an elected official, but as a taxpayer and a husband of a trustee and a retired naval officer who spent his career serving under principles of duty, respect, and order. Happy Veterans Day to those veterans out there. Last Monday night, the meeting was very troubling to me to sit and watch. An individual tasked with keeping order became unhinged, disruptive, and disrespectful. At one point, interjected abruptly saying, "Pardon me, pardon me. Excuse me, I wish to be heard on that matter." This exchange, which followed Trustee Roberson's statement that he sides with you, set off an alarm for a loss of composure from someone whose role is to be impartial and professional, advised with neutrality and discretion, which did not happen. The transcript and video clearly shows trustees debating whether the floor for nomination had been properly opened. That exchange, though tense it was legitimate discussion between elected officials. What was not legitimate was the interference and partial behavior from one whose duty is to provide reliable and credible guidance, not to escalate the division. One way in so doing would have been to listen to the live stream as requested by more than one of the trustees, which never was allowed. As someone who's commanded men and women in high stakes environments, I can say with certainty, decorum is not optional. It's essential. This board and its community deserve one who serves as a parliamentarian, who embodies integrity, impartiality, and professionalism at all times.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Is Mr. Claspy still in the room? Okay. I do not have a report report of written comments. So I'm
I
guessing
think
there
the
weren't
others,
any
Mrs.
for the
McKinney,
board,
I don't think there were
just
any
for
more.
Cal.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right. We will go on to the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Mrs. McKinney. Tonight's report is a reflection of the great work that our principals and our students and teachers led on SE Ready testing in the spring. And it reflects our report card summary for trustees in all. We're going to start, though, with a spotlight on slide 3, Andy, of 90-day plans. And in the folder on your seats at the dais, you will see a template of the 90-day plan. We believe that the 90-day plan has yielded positive results for many of our schools that were involved with the University of Virginia. We ask that our principals establish their big rocks and goals and that they assess these continuously. And you all asked for an overview of 90-day plans, and so we've provided the template here for you. And again, we believe that this is one practice that has positively impacted student achievement and the growth that we've seen throughout the district. And as such, we have scaled it now district-wide. All schools have completed 90-day plans regardless of which learning community in which they are. And our associates and principal supervisors manage those with them. And so this is a bit longer of a spotlight tonight than we normally feature, but here goes an overview in the words of our principals on 90-day plans and their impact on their school environments. Andy, take it away. Across our district, we're focused on continuous improvement and making sure every school has a clear vision, strong leadership, and the right support to help all of our students succeed. One of the tools that's helped us do this is the 90-day plan. Through our partnership with the University of Virginia's Partnership for Leaders in Education, we've learned how to use these plans to strengthen leadership and to keep our teams aligned around what matters most, improving outcomes for all of our students. They've helped our principals, our teachers, and our coaches reflect, respond, and refine the practices in real time. Today, you'll hear directly from some of our principals about how these plans are working in their schools and how they're focusing their teams, building momentum, and already seeing strong results for all of our students.
A 90-day plan is a laser-focused, short-term plan. It's a roadmap for continuous improvement.
It's a way for us to monitor student progress, make sure that we are hyper-focusing interventions on areas that need it. We are focusing on specific students and subgroups of students.
The 90-day plan is broken into smaller chunks so that we can focus on small pieces instead of the whole school year at one time.
And with any journey, there comes some twists and turns and, things may happen on that journey, and that's where you pivot. And to equate that to the 90-day plan, the strategies, the actions, the steps that we have to put in place to make sure that it's a safe journey and that everybody arrives in one piece.
And the 90-day piece of it is really important because most plans are year-long plans. This gives us the opportunity to monitor progress and make change and course corrections in a smaller period of time.
Current 90-day plan is working well now for us because we are able to look at data each month and adjust. So each month with our big rock goals, when we take that data and we adjust what we're doing with students, and that process is working well for us now.
A plan that has worked for our school is one where we focus on our big rocks. What are our priorities? What is going to give us the highest leverage in achieving student outcomes? One of those big rocks for us is high quality instruction in all classes for every student every single day.
Our 90-day plan at West Ashley High School, be our CCR, College and Career Readiness. Last year, I think we waited too long to really start diving into the needs of the individual students to become CCR. As a result of this 90-day plan, we are meeting much more regularly, much earlier, and as a result of that, our current fourth-year students, a much higher percentage is already CCR
We do have one goal where we're trying to improve the math scores of our exceptional education children. So right now we have our children doubled up in a math class where they get 2 core math classes each day. We've used our 90-day plan to set this strategy up and monitor data monthly to see if we can improve those math scores for those kids. And so far the data is supporting that change.
I would say that the one goal that's working really well and has had the most impact in a short period of time this year so far has been special education. We have a whole team approach when it comes to special education. As you know, most students with an IEP spend the majority of their day in a general education classroom. So it makes sense that not only does the special education teacher take an active role in ensuring that those students meet their IEP goals, everyone does, whether it's the special education teacher, the general education teacher, LEA, admin, and case managers. We're all working together.
We have seen extraordinary increase in our reading and our math test scores. And so the 90-day plan has been really effective for us.
So if you look at this template, you'll see here on the first page that the first page for the viewing public is a place where principals outline their goals with their teams and they reflect on their prior year's data, but then they establish new goals. What's most important though is what comes on the next few pages where, given the goals, what systems aren't working in your school? What data tells you that? What do you want to happen? And to do that, you have to identify the root cause of the problem. So this captures the primary things I've heard many of you ask about and us talk about from the dais. Like, how are you fixing this as a system? Well, a lot of times it takes school by school fixing, right? And this is the way we do that. And the way we've made sure to make this systemic is, again, asking principals to work with their level leaders, their principal supervisors, on plans that are meaningful for their schools based on their individualized data. And we believe that is what has gotten us some of the results, Andy, you'll see in the coming slides. Okay, Mr. Grabowski, stay with me now. Can you see on your screen? Okay, good. So so South Carolina report cards are a snapshot and one data point of what's going on in our schools. The report card review for elementary and middle looks a little differently than it looks for high schools. So if you look on this slide, you'll see how it's broken down by percentage or points. Now, schools can improve ratings, which is what was primarily represented in the bunch here today. Schools that jumped at least 1 rating. But they can also increase points within a rating to ensure that continuous improvement efforts by the district are working. So very quickly, you'll see that rating measures in elementary and middle schools, 80% of them are student achievement. 80% of report card results reflect student achievement. Academic achievement, 35% in reading and math. Preparing for success is 10% in science, but student progress, which means student growth. So not only are your students achieving proficiency, but they're growing to make sure that schools, especially schools that have a majority of students who are already achieving, are making differences with those kids. In our elementary and middle schools, 10% is also based on multilingual students' progress measured via access, and Dr. Russ manages that for us. And then school climate is 10% based on the state's surveys of both teachers and students, 5% each. A little different in the high schools, Andy. You'll see again that academic achievement here, graduation rate is represented somewhere here. Then you see college and career readiness. CCR, we've talked to you often about how students demonstrate CCR. Academic achievement is 25 points. Biology and U.S. history, preparing for success, 10 points. High school student success, that's represented by students who are on track to graduate in that 9GR cohort, 19 points. Multilingual students progress, 10 points. And school climate is also represented in the high schools by 5 points. that college and career readiness indicator being 19 points in high schools. And so when you say, well, what does the state really look at to determine how schools are performing? These are the specific things. And they're similar, yet different for our groups of schools. And so tonight I want to overview for you where our schools are. Andy, next slide, please. Here are some trends for you. Overall, our elementary schools show the most improvement and show the strongest results in the system. But we're seeing gains across all schools in CCSD and across all poverty levels in CCSD. And for the first time, we have 7 high schools in the district rated excellent. West Ashley just advanced to that for the first time, as you saw in some of last week's celebrations. You'll see here that CCSD is a top performer again this year in South Carolina. You'll look at the top 9 in the state for SC Ready ELA proficiency and see that Charleston is now number 9, 2 slots down from when I reported this back in the spring. You'll notice that Greenville came into the top 10. It was not there before. They have a slightly higher poverty rate than Charleston, or significantly higher actually, 48 to 56 in Greenville, and Anderson School District. But you'll see that 67.6% proficiency, Anderson is ahead of us by 0.1%, and Greenville County School District in ELA is ahead of us by 0.4%. Again, we're in the top 9. 2 of the school districts have poverty rates higher than ours. All of the districts have enrollment lower than ours except for Greenville. And so we have work to do in ELA to make sure we're keeping track. Again, 50,000 students here. The closest outside of Greenville, you'll see here at Fort Mill, which is the top performing district with 22% poverty, 18,000 students, but 82% of their students are proficient, meaning they're reading on grade level. For math, we inched up a slot. We were 7th, we inched up to 6th. 56.2% of our students here are proficient compared to 70% in Fort Mill, 65% in Anderson, and down we go. So again, lots to celebrate, but work to be done. I think there are 82 school districts in South Carolina, Buffy, is that right? 82. So of the 82, we're the top 9 in ELA, again, down 2. It's important to point that out. And the top 6, up 1 in SC Ready Math. Andy? Here you see an overview of where our schools are. We're really blessed in this district. If we can't celebrate now, it's questionable what we can be excited about until all of our students are rated excellent. But 92 schools here is a number that represents the actual report cards. For example, School of the Arts, we normally consider one school gets a middle school and a high school report card. And so there are 90 school report cards, including our charter schools. You'll see that 36.9% of our schools are excellent. We're proud of that. 25% of our schools are good. We're proud of that. And then 22% of our schools are average, 11% below average, and 3% unsatisfactory, meaning 3 of our schools are rated unsatisfactory. One of those is a charter school, and we'll go over that in just a second. It's important to note here that we outperform the state by over 13 percentage points in the number of good and excellent schools. But I'll say for the second time, there's a lot of work to do left in Charleston. Andy, on to the next slide. Again, you'll see this broken down here. We've had an increase of 19 schools rated good or excellent since 2019. That's 5 years. We were out a year for COVID. 62% of our schools are good or excellent. Again, a lot to celebrate here. The 48% represented in the state. Again, still a lot to do. Andy? I'm very proud of this slide. We have in the top 20 schools in South Carolina, you'll see here broken down by elementary, middle, and high where our schools are positioned. Academic Magnet High School is the number 2 school in the state behind the Scholars Academy up in Horry County, which recently became a school and was not when I was the principal there. It's a program. Charleston County School of the Arts, the high school, is number 11 in the state. Buste Academy is number 2 of middle schools. Number 3 is SOA. 5 is Montessori Community. 11, that's in West Ashley. 11 is East Cooper Montessori. She had to leave tonight before she could be recognized in Mount Pleasant. Cario is number 13, and Orange Grove Charter is number 19. That's of 360 middle schools. Elementary schools of 685 in the state, we have number 3, Buste, number 7, Pinckney, number 11, Bell Hall, number 16, Sullivan's Island, and number 20, Whitesides Elementary. I want to make sure that you understand as trustees, though, and if we go back to the beginning, which we won't because we've got a pretty significant deck here, there may be a sense that, well, these schools are easier to lead, but if you think back to that percentage, they're not really, because they still have to show student progress and student achievement. So they're not necessarily easier to lead. I also want to be really clear that while we're doing a lot of great things, and we have a lot of schools that are in the top 20 here in South Carolina, that we actually have 5 schools here in Charleston that fall in the bottom 20. 2 elementary schools, 2 middle schools, and Greg Mathis Charter High School. They fall in the bottom 20. You know that we have a targeted support, particularly for elementary schools, that Ms. Simmons leads in our elevation schools, and our efforts are around providing that intensive support that we need to get them up and get them performing. So again, I'll say where there's lots to celebrate, there's still a lot of work to do. And these numbers have been updated since the deck you received over the weekend. Andy? Over here, you always ask about which schools are where, and because this is really public record and we've done a lot of celebrating of this work, you'll see the 34 excellent schools that we're proud to share tonight listed here. On to the next slide, you'll see the 23 good schools that we have, some charters and public-private partnerships represented here, now rated good. And then you'll see broken down on the next slide schools that obtain these ratings for the very first time. And those are the schools we celebrated, our neighborhood schools last week. Camp Road Middle, Stiles Point Elementary, West Ashley High, Angel Oak, Sanders Clyde, and St. James Santee Elementary. I do want to call out, though, great partners in Allegro Charter that achieved its high school for the first time an excellent rating. Carolina Voyager, John was here tonight, and we saw the Meeting Street family here tonight. A lot of work that they did elevating the achievement of their students, and we're going to see that on the next slide. Meeting Street at Burns was one such school that elevated from below average to good. 3 of our schools increased by 2 ratings. Minnie Hughes, Miss Timoni and her family were here tonight. You saw them out in the Ravenel, Hollywood area. And North Charleston Creative Arts Elementary, which is a feeder school over in a neighborhood school over in North Charleston. Latoya Smith was here tonight, increased their ratings. A lot of strategy went into that. Meeting Street tells me they're focused on a lot of the same things we are: student attendance, continuous improvement, teacher preparation, co-teaching, and a real focus on proficiency. So 3 schools increased by 2 ratings, and on the next slide, you'll see that 21 schools increased by at least 1 rating. And again, that takes a lot of strategy. You'll see some schools broken down here that you don't normally consider 2 schools, but you'll see the designation beside them. A lot of these schools were represented here tonight. Mr. Dallas was under the weather, so he couldn't be here. But I think you saw most of these other principals. On to the next slide. So as we think forward about what's next, it's maintaining and improving the level of progress of schools. And there are some schools, as you heard Mr. Joyner share at the State of the Schools and again tonight, that were on the cusp of achieving that next rating. 0.3 of a point for St. James Santee to excellent, 0.8 of a point at Military Magnet High, 1.5 points at James Island Elementary, 1.5 at Ashley River Creative Arts, which actually fell out of excellent, and I'll share that with you in a minute. Hersey Montessori, 1.8. Up to good,
James Simmons Montessori, St. John's High was 0.5, Pinehurst 1.5, Hunley Park. So again, you see a variety of schools here, schools that are have a lot of poverty and schools that have not a significant amount of poverty. And these schools were at the cusp of obtaining average. Shakora, Northwoods, and Ladson. What's important to note is that 4 of the schools that you saw represented tonight just made it into the next category by a 0.5 or more. So there are those that just made it into the excellent category, like West Ashley High School. They're there by about 0.6. And so whereas we celebrate 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 schools here that are on the cusp of going up a level, there were 4 schools that were less than 1 point into the next level. So I want to make sure very transparent about that. Lots of work left to do. Andy? Here's a further breakdown. We try to think about every way you might want to see it. So 24 schools increased their ratings, and you'll see that broken down here. 9 went from good to excellent, 6 from average to good, 1 from below average to good, 5 from below average to average, 2, etc. I won't read all those things to you. That included 3 of our charters and 3 of our partners at Meeting Street. And then 54 school ratings stayed the same. You're like, Anita, are you really? They stayed the same? They did. 7 charters, 36 of the 54, though, increased points. So we look at that minute of a detail to make sure that schools are continuously improving. But there are clearly 14 schools that didn't increase points, that either stayed the same or declined points. So there's work to do. And then 14 schools decreased, including 2 charters. Now, it's important to note that 4 of those were decreases from excellent to good. 2 from excellent to average, 3 good to average in here. But we've got our eye on all of these things as we think forward and as we plan using these 90-day plans with what happened, and what do we need to leverage to propel the system forward. Buffy and her team are working with each school individually to see down to the student group what that school needs to do to strategize, to ensure that we provide the resources that they need to be effective. Andy? We've decreased low performing schools in the last 5 years, 6 years, minus COVID's 5, by 14, below average to unsatisfactory. So we're really proud of that work. But until we have all schools that are good or excellent and excellent or excellent, we've still got a lot of work to do. Andy? Here are the schools that very transparently just they're not there yet, and we're working with them. We have 3 schools in this unsatisfactory category. We had 4 last year, 1 last year. Charter school is one of them. We're working really hard with Mitchell and really hard with Pinckney. In fact, Jamie Costner and his team are at Simmons Pinckney this week. We'll be there to Thanksgiving, help to co-teach and plan with that group. Mrs. Simmons and her team have been into Mitchell quite a bit. And we're focused again on how we get these schools the support that they need to make sure children are learning at very high levels. You'll see lots of some of our charter schools listed here as well. Andy? Here are the schools very transparently that decline ratings. We're not going to go through one by one. There's also a handout of that in your folder there so that you can see if there are schools in your area that declined and their affiliation with the district. Some are charters and that we don't have direct oversight over. But again, we're working to improve the achievement of all of our students. It should be in your, we've added this slide since this was uploaded, but there should be a handout, Dr. Temple, for you. And we will provide the updated deck for you. But I've included this for you too, very transparently. Andy? Again, 34,000 plus students are learning in schools rated good and excellent. That's 60-some%. But again, until all 50,000 children are in a school that's great, where we'd all want to send our children, we're not done. We've got a lot of work to do. And here's how we're working on it. intensive intervention for 14 schools with lower ratings. So Jamie and his team in our academic division have broken schools down based on data, red, yellow, green, which schools need the most support, which just like we do students. How do we tier our support at the district level to ensure that schools get what they need? Our associates have done that same thing. They've tiered their schools. Those tierings are aligned. We focus our classroom walkthroughs and our support on where we need to the most based on the data that we have for students. We're scaling elementary literacy and math systems across. We're beginning to see the fruit of that labor as we look longitudinally at student achievement. And we're sustaining high school, college and career readiness focus. Mr. Gordon and his team are leading that valiantly. We met with a group of partners last week with CRDA, for example, in the chamber, to think about how we continue to do that in a thoughtful way as our landscape transitions, like AI in the presentation earlier, Mrs. Lieber. So these things are on our radar, Andy. And you'll also see something that looks very familiar from State of the Schools. We believe that early literacy builds success. And so we're going to be talking to you. Mr. Broy's leading a group as we think about universal pre-K. We have our first group meeting this month about how we're going to do that. Next year, I'm meeting with the group of principals that in the area in which we plan to target this week, in fact, to talk about how we make universal pre-K accessible to families. Number two, we believe that literacy lays the foundation for all learning. Mississippi's work is in the news all the time. Carrie Wright came here. For those of you on the prior board, she met with you, if you don't remember that. Mrs. Watley, Mr. Grabowski, Mrs. McKinney, Mrs. Bailey, Mrs. Roberson, and Dr. Temple. Carrie Wright, not Temple, but it'd be great if you were related to her. Carrie Wright was here. She's visited with us. She's consulted with us. She texts with me regularly. She brought the science of reading and universal pre-K into Mississippi. We've learned from her. She works with us and helps us. We believe that literacy is the key. We've scaled OG and we're expanding it into places with higher levels of poverty. You heard me talk about that at State of the Schools. So we'll continue with our focus on early phonics, literacy, OG, the science of reading as we continue this work. Number three, co-teaching. Empowered educators elevate every learner. You saw at the State of the Schools videos of highly effective teachers who are masters at their craft. We believe great teaching leads the way. We measure that through the classroom walkthrough tool. Our associates keep an eye on that as they look at ratings that principals are giving. We do calibration walks through our Office of Teacher Effectiveness. And we believe that co-teaching is making a difference when it's done right. And so we've expanded that and we're expanding it into other places in North Charleston, for example, North Charleston High School, Morningside Middle, mid-year this year, Pinehurst, Dunston, etc. Learner Center, number four, data-driven actions accelerate success. Until these learning communities that we hold are focused on elevating the achievement of every student and using assessments to guide that work, we won't be done. We brought Paul Bambrick, who is an international thought partner in that work. And we are going out and leading these meetings with our principals. In fact, our associates know that by the winter holiday break, I've asked all of them to lead a meeting in all of the schools they supervise. And I'm going to be going out after the Christmas break, the holiday break, and doing that as well. Aligned systems and shared accountability starts from the top. Again, my evaluation is reflected in the evaluations of the associates, of the CAO, of the deputy superintendent, of Mr. Baroy. Mr. Baroy knows that he and Mr. Prentice are held accountable for reading outcomes, just like the rest of us are. That accountability is really hard to sustain progress. And I want to thank the board. I think there was a comment about the evaluation. I've never seen a more robust superintendent's evaluation in my near 30 years in the district. So I want to thank Dr. Tibble and Ms. McKinney for leading that, and Dr. Fitzwater. This year, we focused on the odd indicators. There were 3 binders of artifacts. And next year, we'll focus on the even indicators, which are all related to the board's goals. But this evaluation system, again, is reflected in all of these folks' evaluations. An ecosystem of partnership, Mrs. Denny and Mrs. Mills lead a lot of our local work It's on fire. We've got partners who have done such exceptional things to elevate the achievement of kids, not give money necessarily, but volunteer to read with kids, help support principals who need Uber gift cards to get people to school. It's amazing what people have done. ATI just donated $10,000 for student supplies and student support. It's all about partners. If we could do it alone, we would have done it a long time ago, which is why we engaged immediately when I became the superintendent in North Charleston to create a panel of folks to help inform the work, and while we're partnering with other mayors to make sure that our municipalities have bought into this work. We know that an area of growth for us is challenging our gifted learners, and Dr. Wright actually consulted with us on that. And one of the ways that she provided us feedback before she took the state superintendency up in Maryland. We're going to be focusing more and more on that during the FY27 budget year. We believe that when we invest in need, we invest in potential. We've seen significant growth from students in poverty, special needs, and those multilingual learners. And so we believe the WSF investment continues to work, and we're measuring that effectiveness with a dashboard. Again, these are the things that we are doing to make sure that we're serving the children who need it the most. And so those things are how we focused our attention and our needs here in Charleston as we think about improving the outcomes for all kids. Again, we've got a lot to celebrate today, but a lot of work. I think this is the 6th time I've said this, a lot of work left to do. Andy, I think that's the last slide, isn't it? So with that, we'll certainly turn it over to you for any questions that you might have. Appreciate the time, Madam Chair.
Well, thank you very much for all of the details and for providing the board the 90-day action plan, which people certainly asked about at the last meeting. If you have a question about the presentation tonight for the superintendent, Ms. Jewett.
Just a couple of follow-ups. So I love the 90-day plan, but my one question is, are there any principals that you have found have not wanted to comply with it or have found it cumbersome or?
Great question. Great question. No, ma'am. We try to lead by example here. So Dr. Clamp has actually worked with me and Mrs. Roberts to develop a district 90-day plan as well. So we try to lead by example. Our principals are eager for anything that they can do to elevate outcomes. And we've seen the 90-day plan work in a lot of our acceleration schools. And we believe when it's thoughtfully done and just not another plan, that it changes outcomes for kids. And so, no, ma'am, we've not had people resistant to it. Have we had people who needed support with it? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And we've tried to provide that through the expertise of Jackie Haynes, who's been doing this work for a while, and some of our other folks around the table. Mrs. Simmons has been to UVA, Dr. Clamp's been to UVA, and some of our principal supervisors have been to UVA. And so those experts have really led that planning process. And our first speaker from Wake County this year in our fuel meeting was Tamisha Barnes-Jones, and she came and talked to principals about how to really integrate and make sure that 90-day plan is a roadmap for success. And so I won't say it's been easy. If it'd been easy, I might have been a little worried, to be honest, because nothing great's ever really achieved that's simple, right? And so this work's very complex, but I'm thankful for the professionalism of our principals who've led really professionally and with kids at heart.
Good. That's great to hear. My other question is, a lot of times students get left behind just because they're not the best or the worst. They're just kind of in,
yes, ma'am,
in there. I feel like schools could probably fall in that. And I do know of a school that was ranked in the top 3 for many, many years and has continued to drop down and is out of the top 20 this year.
I know that school too, and we've pulled the data on that school, and Dr. Swearingen's aware of that school and it's on her radar.
Okay. So
yes, ma'am.
Even though we're not dropping categories, we're still excellent to excellent. we're still monitoring schools like that, that within a very short period of time have dropped pretty significantly. So we need to.
We are. So whereas 61, I think it was, Ms. Roberts, correct me please if I'm wrong, 61 of our schools earned points. That means that 31 of them didn't. And so all of these things are on associate and principal supervisor's radar, and they know when we sit down, we're looking at all things. So yes, ma'am. And it's really important to note that even schools that are high achieving have a lot of work to do to stay high achieving with this accountability system that I have to say for South Carolina is fairly robust. And so we're monitoring it. And if any of you have individual questions about any of your schools, we're happy to meet with you one-on-one. Thank you for asking the thoughtful question.
Yeah, no, and then I love all the different, I love data, but I really liked seeing the pie chart with what the report card really encompasses, because a lot of times people think it's just the standardized testing, but to see this pie chart that shows that it's not just standardized testing that gives the report card is actually really nice to see and really nice to
Yes, ma'am.
understand. So
Thank you. Thank you.
That's all for me.
Mr. Hollenshed.
I really don't want to prolong the time, but I do have one question.
Sure.
I know when we talked about this before, you mentioned Greg Mathis. I know that's a special type of school, so they don't really achieve the rankings that you're talking about. But in your mind, what do you see that school needs to do to improve its status, being that with the students that they harbor?
So this year, I think there are 50 students at, 52, 54 students at Greg Mathis. And so they can still demonstrate, Mr. Hollenshed, progress because we don't govern that school. Charters are authorized by the district but not governed by us. We'd really need to get in and take a look at what they're doing, and Dr. Clamp and I'd be happy to work, and our Mrs. Roberts with the principal there to take a look and to help her develop a 90-day plan if she's interested. Some of our charter schools have even adopted some of these things. Mr. Thorne out at James Island Charter High School, for example, he comes to all of our meetings. Mr. Nelson at Allegro comes to all of our meetings. Plan Daniel at Orange Grove. So we're happy to work with our charters. Miss Jody at East Cooper Montessori. A lot of our charters come and participate with us, and we believe that we see the results in student achievement, but we'd really have to get in and sort of dig in and help her, but we'd be glad to do that in a 90-day plan.
Ms. Huggins.
Yeah. In fact, our charters ask us to do those sessions, but we would just say if she does them with some of the charter schools at their request.
I just wanted to comment on what she.
Anything else, Mr. Hollenshed?
Fine, ma'am.
Okay. Ms. Watley?
Thank
I
you,
just
Ms.
wanted to
Hollenshed.
comment on what you were just saying.
Yes,
Just
please.
a simple interjection. We were just at Meeting Street Academy the other Friday.
Yes, ma'am.
And in 1 year, they've started implementing the same things the district has, and they've already started seeing a turnaround.
We're really pleased with that partnership and delighted to see the turnaround that they've made, because inevitably the children they serve are our children. So we appreciate them as partners, and they add value through the Meeting Street Scholarship and the EIT and other things. So we appreciate that, and we believe that it's reflected in their results this year.
That's all.
Anything else, Ms. Watley?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Watley.
Ms. Lieber? Ms. Bailey?
Thank you, Ms. Lee.
Ms. Robertson?
Yes, I want to speak to the stagnation and the flopping. For the schools that's been stagnant for a while, how do you use this 90-day plan to move the needle? And then for the schools that were at a high level and then dropped, how do you use this 90-day plan to sustain?
So we believe what I shared earlier is the way to do that. Identify the root cause of what the problem, look at the data, identify the root cause of what the problem is with the experts around the table, and then develop the support strategies and monitor them constantly and consistently. That monitoring piece is key. If we're not monitoring and measuring along the way and measuring what we value, then we'll never see the success in some of these schools that are really, really hard to turn around. And so identifying that with a team of people, agreeing on 2 or 3 big rocks, what you're going to focus on, making sure teachers have the professional development to do whatever they need. They may say, for example, we're seeing a low level of questioning in our classrooms this month. So here's a PD on questioning, and this is what we're going to measure in our classrooms. The thoughtful strategy in every school based on the individual student data is what's really critically important. And this plan allows schools to do that, to break it down item by item, establish goals, and change that roadmap. It should be a roadmap, adjust that roadmap and make course corrections as needed along the way.
So Dr. Temple and I are having this conversation, and there's a school that's average that I think schools should be excellent because the size, but that may not be the way you all measure where school should be. And so what do you do with the school that's just been average for 5 years?
So we think all of our schools should be excellent, and especially smaller schools that we have high populations of teachers and low student ratios. And so, again, plans, putting resources, and then after time, if you're not seeing progress, principals have to be in classrooms, they have to be assessing teaching. After time, if you're not seeing progress, we have to look at other sort of leadership changes in the building. Really, it's the principal supervisor's role to get to the root cause. And we believe if we get to the root cause and we help provide supports or remedy the issues that are in schools. For example, we've got schools that have just kicked off the attendance incentive again. They are identifying that one of their root causes of low student performance is they can't get their children in the building. So we're going back to paying families to get their children in those schools. Identifying the root cause, identifying potential solutions, thinking differently about it. When we've identified things that work in other places, like at Morningside, for example, we're going to roll out a co-teaching model in a couple of classes mid-year to see if it makes a difference. Like at historically underperforming Latz and in Dunston, we've identified OG as a strategy that's worked really well with kids in poverty. So we've rolled that out there. So again, identifying the root cause, providing the resources to change, and measuring the progress along the way is how we've gained the success that we've gained in some of the underperforming schools and how we believe we'll continue to do so moving forward.
One final question. How long do you watch that? Do you say, okay, it's 3 years and nothing's changed?
It depends. It depends. It depends on the kind of changes you're seeing in the school. Sometimes you don't wait. Well, to make internal changes in the school, provide resources and support, I mean, we're doing that on a constant basis. If we're not, we're missing the mark. In regards to other changes, it depends on the actual results. If you're seeing student decline, it could be a teacher issue, it could be a leader issue. If you're seeing school-wide decline, it just depends on what the data tell you.
Thank you.
That's what makes this work so complex. It's not, it's very gray based on the diagnosis of a school and what's going wrong, and the ability and the willingness to change it inside the system.
Dr. Temple.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I'm glad that we've implemented the 90-day plans across the whole system. I think that's really good. I would actually like to see an example of a 90-day plan from a school to see what that looks like. Also intrigued that you stated that the district has a 90-day plan. I'd like to see that.
Sure, we're glad to provide that, Dr. Temple. We'll blind an example. I think I said that we would blind an example of an elementary, middle, and high, send it to you. We wanted to provide this introduction first, and we'll get that to you in this week's board brief.
Great. And then, I've heard you say about the support and the resources. So I assume we have enough of the support coming from central staff, but do you encounter problems with the resources? And I'm thinking like, for example, we have schools that, might have 900 or so students, and we only have one guidance counselor. So what do you do when, really you need two guidance counselors? Because one guidance counselor they don't have the numbers to get to two, but they're not that far from.
It's a great question, Dr.
So
Temple.
how do you handle those resources? Do you have them? Where does that come from?
So I can say publicly and in full transparency, we do school data reviews now. Again, that's a practice from PELP at Harvard. And we do SDRs here 2 times a year. And in those data reviews, we always ask, what do you need? So from the first data review that I conducted when I was a deputy superintendent 4 years ago to now, the requests have decreased significantly. 90% of principals tell us at those meetings they have everything they need. And that's because of the implementation of the weighted student funding formula. If there are other things that schools need, we work with them individually to determine what we can as a system provide. And Mr. Prentice is very open to thinking outside of the box in regards to funding on that. So when we can provide support, we do. The biggest need right now is for special education services. I saw Ms. Bell come in earlier. I think she's somewhere. I knew I saw you, Queen. And so Mr. Prentice is using some savings or some rebates or some of the savings on some of those bonds he sells. I don't know where he went, but I think he has fun doing that, to actually provide more special ed support in our schools. So when we hear there's a need, we try to immediately resolve it for kids. Now we'll be bringing some budget priorities to you in FY27 that will reflect some of those needs. And one of those things will be special ed. One of those things will be increased personnel at our Centers for Advanced Studies, that as we're looking at college and career readiness and more pathways that students want to complete, we can only offer how many courses right now at the East Cooper Center for Advanced Studies, and how many requests do we have?
167 requests for additional business, marketing, finance courses.
So we have 167 requests and not a teacher to teach. So you'll see those kind of things in the FY27 budget proposal, but we'll do all we can to balance it out, cut where we need to cut, so that when we come asking for more resources, it's thoughtful and based on data. So Dr. Temple, we try to provide it real time if needed.
Well, I just hope that if you're struggling with finding the resources, you let us know.
We surely will.
Those are the resources, because the thing is, I don't like to see us cutting things to get the resources, and then we're cutting things that were also important. So, sometimes you just need more resources. And you all
Sometimes.
have to be really open with that.
Yes,
Right, my
ma'am.
last question was this, I was adding up, and it just might be that I don't have the right numbers, but based on the slides, it shows that we have 14 charter schools. Are those all CCSD charter schools that you included here? And then there are 3 Meeting Street schools listed, and I thought we only had 2.
So it's broken down because Brentwood has an elementary report card and a middle report card, and then Burns has an elementary. So that's how it's broken down. It's strange, I know, Dr. Temple.
All right.
That's what we tried to designate beside them. Like you'll see Military Magnet on there twice. You'll see St. James Santee on there twice. We tried to break it down for you so you could see the discernment. Because if they received 2 report cards, and you remember that was actually a board action.
Yeah.
So that we could really see what was happening and try to hold our charters accountable. And so after tonight, we'll be sending letters to all of our charters about their progress. Mr. Prentice has been in touch with them about their finances, and I'll be in touch with them about their academics pretty soon.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Temple, for the help.
Ms. Bailey, you had a question?
I had a couple of questions, after listening to
Yes,
Ms.
ma'am.
Robison and Ms. Temple. One was, what other collaborations do you have in place to help lower performing schools become successful? Do we have partnerships like with higher performing schools that they can come in and say, hey, this is what we're doing to help our students be successful? And what other incentives besides the helping the kids that are frequently absent, what other incentives are we giving these schools or asking the parents what help do they need to be successful with their kids?
It's a great question. Both Ms. Lieber and Mrs. Jewett have asked about sister schools, and many of our schools do partner like that. And just this weekend, I was having a conversation about a pairing between Cario and Morningside. I hope that's public, because if it's not, if it wasn't, it now is. And you'll see in my Huggins highlights this week, I showcased another partnership. We are thoughtful about that. The most grand collaboration, though, comes when principals sit down in their feeder patterns and have discussions with us about the trends they're seeing as a feeder pattern and how they can support one another, and how we can support them. Because what are trends in some communities are not trends in others. So that's the first thing. We allow for that professional collaborative space centrally. And then our associates and our principal supervisors allow for that collaboration in their learning community meetings. So principals collaborate with principals there. And then thirdly, at our monthly fuel meetings, we've changed them to be solely focused on collaborative team sort of activities where we're focused on student achievement. So there's a problem of practice, or folks bring student work and look at it and compare and contrast. So those professional collaborations, that's what Paul Bambrick's work was really based on when he was here last month. And then in regards to student attendance, Dr. Coakley has really done a lion's share of that work. So I'll ask her to overview, and I'll get up and get it for you because you've been sick, her boots on the ground work. Bill, can you hand her that? Thank you, Dr. Plant. Dr. Coakley, could you overview real quickly your boots on the ground work as far as student attendance outside of the pay initiative?
So we feel like in the department, we have done a really good job of showing schools how to do incentives or like that hype man when it comes down to the attendance. This year, we're more focused on looking at the data with schools to determine what we've heard tonight. What are those root causes, the scheduling of students, students who are chronically absent. Do they need to have the medical homebound approval? Because if there's a medical situation, we can get those absences approved and services made up. So really looking at the data to gain where they can get more points for student achievement, but it's also looking at how do we reduce chronic absenteeism. So you see our schools having a more laser focused approach around attendance, because also with Ms. Roberts' office, we've incorporated actual automated notifications to families when those students are absent. For some of our families, you'll see where they're upset about getting those immediate notifications, but what it's doing is giving us an opportunity to communicate between home and school a lot faster than what we would have had. So if it's a coding or attendance error on the school end, we're able to correct that a lot sooner. If it's parents just needing that reminder that, hey, we need that attendance letter or parent medical letter sent in, then please send that. And lastly, what I will say is that you will see in a little bit, we're working with Attorney Thompson is on updating that attendance policy to better align with giving parents extra couple days, to get those parent letters in, looking at what's lawful and unlawful absences when we talk about excusing absences, and then some of the new policies around how parents can upload to a actual database within CCSD those parent letters to really address it. So again, not necessarily looking at incentivizing from the Department of School Support side this year, but more so of that accountability and making sure that we understand the root causes at the school level for why students are absent and getting those things in place that needs to be.
Thank you.
And we've engaged everyone at this point, from judges and in the court system. I mean, we've gotten some not so nice emails from parents, and you may get them too from, but we're doing everything that we know how to do. We're doing everything we know how to do.
And I should add, Judge Forsyth, DSS, DJJ,
All of them are collaboratively working with us again this year, as well as the North Charleston Mayor Department, where we have Dr. Love, who is actually a part of our truancy hearing panel and assisting us with having those hearing meetings when a parent has just not followed the attendance intervention plan and making sure that, students are in school. So we really have increased the visibility and accountability system around holding parents and students accountable, but making sure that we still understand what supports may be needed to support a family.
I really want to thank Dr. Coakley for her leadership. She's done an exceptional job with this. And we do have our chronic absenteeism rates right now are lower than they were last year this time. It was something we took a look at in our fall SDRs. So we're really proud of the progress we're making. But again, lots of work to do.
Okay, and my last question.
Yes, ma'am.
Was the 90-day plan.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you collaborate with other principals on that, or it's just catered to each specific school?
That's a great question, Mrs. Bailey. So we've allowed space in our fuel meeting in September for principals to collaborate with each other around their 90-day plans. But their data is, of course, based on their work in their school. But we allow that space to collaborate to see what's working in some schools so that others may want to try it. And we use or ask for evidence to support that as well.
Okay, that's what I need to know.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the questions. Really great ones. Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Jewett, you said you had one more question?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on the, understand what you meant with 147 requests for, where are the requests coming from and what did you mean by that? It just.
Go ahead, Dr. Clamp.
So what she's referring to is as a student at the high school level begins to make a selection, his and her family will have an individual graduation plan annually to choose courses with which they'd hope to enroll in the next year. And so we use all those course requests to then design a master schedule to support them. When those requests exceed the capacity within the teaching level, which is what Mr. Gordon was talking about, we add in an alternate course for them. So in this particular case at the Career Center, we actually had more students request a course than we had teachers staff to be able to teach them. So we look for an alternate. We obviously, in some cases, will start with older students, juniors and seniors who are on a completer pathway, who are looking to complete a college and career readiness indicator, start with them and then work our way back to assign that course registration to the students in the most needed category before we get to say a freshman or sophomore student that could potentially take it in a future year. But what she specifically meant was more students requested the course than we had the teaching capacity to provide in the master schedule.
Got it. And that's within all of the schools. So.
Well, in that particular case, it's just the schools that feed the Career Center there. So that would be Wando and Lucy Beckham. It was East Cooper that he referred to.
It was. And so this is on our radar for the FY27 budget process. It's not something that we can fix right now. Obviously, the school semester started, but it's on our radar, and we plan to address it through the budget process. Thank you for asking for clarification, Ms. Jewett.
Thanks.
Again, Ms. McKinney, thank you all for the opportunity, the space a little longer tonight to share the success of the district, but I want to be really clear again that while we've accomplished a lot in our schools, thanks to the work of teachers and leaders who are exceptional, we've got a lot of work to do.
We're all ready to work.
Thank you, Ms. McKinney.
And that being said, we are at the end of the superintendent's report. Is there a motion to convene in an executive session to consider a contractual matter being the superintendent's employment agreement?
I so move.
Moved by Ms. Watley. Is there a second? And second by Ms. Bailey. Please raise your hand. The motion passes unanimously. Is there a motion to reconvene open session?
Yes, move.
Moved by Ms. Watley. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Bailey. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. I am making a motion with a comment first that some items will be handled this evening and some items will be handled after the first of the year. I move in the superintendent's employment agreement, section 2, term, line 3, the effective date and ending on 6/30, meaning June the 30th, 2031. I am moving under section 4, compensation and benefits, F, automobile allowance, mileage reimbursement, to receive an automobile allowance based on an annual calculation to be certified by the CFO and affirmed by General Counsel at the current rate is approved by the IRS. I move from Exhibit A, the deletion of number 14, which references constituent boards. Is there a second?
A second.
Motion by Ms. McKinney, second by Ms. Watley.
Motion one more time, please.
Yes, sir. Section 2, term, line 3. The effective date and ending on 6/30, meaning June the 30th, 2031. Under section 4, compensation and benefits, item F, automobile allowance, mileage reimbursement. Receive an automobile allowance based on an annual calculation to be certified by the chief financial officer and affirmed by general counsel at the current rate is approved by the IRS. This would replace the $1,000 monthly that's current. And then Exhibit A, delete number 14, which references constituent boards because they are now dissolved.
Can I make a motion to amend?
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to amend the date of the extension from June 30th, 2031 to June 30th, 2027 with the thought that we will have that conversation about the extension for 4 more years after the first of the month.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Temple, moved by Ms. Jewett.
The first of the year, I said.
I don't like the appearance of that.
Well,
The appearance of that.
yeah, well.
Should we amend the motion again?
She is amending the motion to read ending 6/30/2027. In other words, changing the date but leaving the year as stated in the contract. So without an extension, just leaving it where it is.
A question.
Yes, ma'am.
Is your intention of your motion just to leave the balance of what Ms. McKinney said, but just change the date?
Yes.
Can you, Ms. McKinney?
Can you read it one more time? Your
What you wanted?
the entire.
Certainly. I move under section 2, term, line 3, the effective date and ending on 6/30/2031. Under, and then under section 4, compensation and benefits, item F, automobile allowance, mileage reimbursement. Line 2, receive an automobile allowance based on an annual calculation to be certified by the chief financial officer and affirmed by general counsel at the current rate is approved by the IRS. And then Exhibit A to delete number 14, which references constituent boards.
Thank you.
So there's an amendment. I have a question.
So it was just three things.
Yeah.
Correct. Correct. The
And my amendment,
effective date, the term, the automobile allowance, and Exhibit A.
and my amendment changes from 31 to 27.
Okay.
Leave it 27.
Leave it at 27.
All right, so we will,
The second, I'm just want to be
Uh,
clear.
yes.
Do you have a second motion
Um,
coming up?
we have.
Madam Chair,
Made by Ms.
Madam
Jewett
Chair,
and seconded by Dr. Temple. Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, I'd like to ask Ms. Jewett if she would consider a friendly amendment to her amendment. And I would think that the discussion in January would be to involve extending the superintendent's contract and not give a specific date.
That's what we were hoping for, but
In other words, rather than saying that the discussion in January would be for that, set period of time to bring the contract in line with the school's fiscal year, that there would be a potential that it could be even further based upon the discussion in January.
so you're saying remove the date period?
That's
from-
correct. It's just that,
I would be fine with that as well. I would,
that the board will be considering an extension of
Right.
the contract in January.
right, which is, yeah. I would be fine with that amendment.
So, all right, let me get Ms. Jewett to
The
give
amendment
the
would be
amendment to Ms. Bowles.
removing the change of the contract to not have the June 30th, 2031 date.
Just have it be 6:30 is what you want.
That's
Yeah.
fair.
It would-
You said June 30th, 2027.
No, you're checking 2027 now. He said leave it open.
No, her motion was to, her amendment was 2027. He didn't want it tied to January,
Oh, I
the
understand.
January discussion.
I'm sorry.
Right.
We
Madam
ready
Chairman,
to
I just wanted, the public to be clear that, obviously it's the board intentions to correct that portion, but it's the board's intention to consider an extension of the superintendent's contract, and that would be discussed in, the merits for such a discussion would be done in January.
Understood.
February discussion we talked.
Madam Chairman,
We're,
if I might ask the board, I'd like an opportunity to discuss, before this vote is taken, this with the board in executive session before any further dialogue is held on the dais. Thank you. That's certainly up to
Is-
you all.
yes, Is there a motion to convene an executive session?
I so move.
Moved by Ms. Watley. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Lieber. All in
If parents I
favor?
was talking about.
Please raise your.
Well, we shouldn't have been side. Well, no, you have got to get over yourself, it's not back on everything, I know that's.
Does she step down?
Oh, Daniel. This is such a mess. I mean, the mess is, it just looks like Pam ramrodded this through.
Thank you. Is there a motion to reconvene into open session?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Watley. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Bailey. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? And the motion passes unanimously.
Sorry, I thought Mr. Grabowski was trying to get your attention.
Okay.
Madam Chairman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Frampton.
Thank you.
And we have asked for Mr. Frampton's instructions.
There's been some discussion with me regarding how to kind of get back to where I think the board desires to be at this point in time. There was some discussion about a year change, an offer made or a motion made to change the termination year of the superintendent's contract. A motion was made to amend that. Just for clarity purposes, I think it's probably best at this point in time to ask Ms. Jewett to withdraw her amendment and ask Mrs. Temple, did you make the second to her amendment? Ask Ms. Temple to withdraw her second. That would put the main motion back before the body, and then we can talk about the amendment as I understand you want to make it, Ms. Jewett. So if you would withdraw your motion, then Mrs. Temple can withdraw her second to your amendment.
Okay, I withdraw my motion.
I withdraw my second.
So it's my understanding from speaking briefly with the board in executive session that there are some elements of the superintendent's contract they would like to address immediately. There are other elements of the superintendent's contract that they want to discuss with her in more detail, including perhaps an extension of the term of her contract based upon her evaluation. But I think everybody's in agreement that the date and month of her ending date of her current contract should be changed to coincide with your fiscal year. That being the case, Ms. Jewett, perhaps the amendment to the chairwoman's motion, your amendment would be to amend her main motion by changing, by deleting her reference to the year ending date, but leaving her amendment with respect to the June 30 intact. So you would merely make a motion to delete the reference to 2031.
I would like to make a motion to remove the year 2031 from your
From the main motion.
main motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Temple. Any further discussion?
Could you restate the motion then?
Yes. Would you restate your motion?
No. Oh, sorry.
The amendment has not yet been voted on, so it's not part of the main motion.
Well, the whole, with her amendment, what would the motion be if the amendment, that's what I'm asking for.
And Mr. Frampton, I'm a little confused because Miss Jewett's motion was, she said 2027. There was
Right.
no discussion of 2031.
That's correct, but she withdrew her motion and the second was also withdrawn. So only the main motion is on the floor currently.
Correct. So that leaves the ability for the board to extend the contract as they deem fit, which they have the intention of doing because it's already being extended to go to the fiscal year.
She made a motion, that motion was seconded, so that is the motion on the floor at this point in time.
Right.
Amendment, I
And
should say.
the motion is June 30th, 2027. That's what we're voting on right now.
Right. To remove that.
Oh, it was to
Just June
just
30.
Just June 30.
You're, all right. What you're voting on right now, her amendment, after it's discussed and debated, her amendment would be merely to delete the main motion's reference to 2031.
Right, so it's going to be June 30th, 2027.
Whatever the existing
That
contract
is what the
is.
existing contract says. So that's what we will be voting on right now, is to have her contract state that her contract ends June 30th, 2027. Correct.
No,
That is,
that is what the motion was, but the point to get to what the board wants to do would be to remove that 2027 that date needs to be determined by the board.
I think that's the next motion after Ms. Jewett's motion. Ms. Jewett's motion.
No, it's just saying that her contract is renewed on the 30th of June any year. Every year, it's the 30th of June as opposed to the 6th of February.
That's the only piece. It's the February
Without-
6th to change it to 6/30. You're not talking about years because we want the flexibility to extend it.
Any further discussion?
I'd still like, if her amendment goes through, I'd like to hear what the motion would be in full.
If the current amendment passes, then the main motion as amended would be that the end date of the current contract would be June 30th, 2027, that the reimbursement for mileage would be as stated, and the paragraph 14 of Exhibit A would be deleted, because she is removing the reference to 2031. So it's whatever the contract says as to the end year would be in effect.
Ms. Roberson, you have a question?
Sure.
And it also is what you wrote.
Oh, but that's another motion after this one. Remember, we said we had to keep them separate.
Okay.
So can I make a friendly amendment to Ms. Jewett's amendment?
No. No such thing as a friendly amendment. You can amend the amendment. Is that correct, Mr.
That's
Crampton?
correct. One more time.
I don't know what I'd say.
You need to make an amendment.
So my amendment would be that we include that we are finishing the process for the evaluation.
Oh, that was going to be my
That's the other
second
motion.
motion.
That's the second.
Okay.
Remember, we said,
Madam Chairman,
I'm not going to make.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the amendment.
Yes, sir.
My motion would be to extend the contract out to 2031.
I second.
Okay. So
I'd ask for it to be put up to vote.
we vote on the amendment to the amendment first.
Correct.
The amendment to the amendment would be the effective date and ending on 6/30/2031.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct.
Let's go ahead and vote.
Okay. All in favor, raise your hand.
You really, we're not gonna.
And the motion passes 8-1. Then we will go to the amendment.
It does not need to
And
be
it's
voted
not,
on.
it's overseated.
Yes, ma'am. That
Supersedes.
consumes it now, the main motion.
So the main motion, the effective date and ending on 6/30/2031. The automobile allowance mileage reimbursement, receive an automobile allowance based on an officer and affirmed by the general counsel. I guess I went over my 2 minutes. At the current rate is approved by the IRS. And then Exhibit A, delete number 14, which references constituent boards.
The second.
So the motion is made by Ms. McKinney and seconded by Ms. Watley. Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand.
For what?
This is everything we agreed on.
Everything in the thing, the mileage and the.
I'm sorry. I need a hand raise again to count.
We don't have the thing anymore? It doesn't work anymore?
I guess not.
Go back to board docs.
Yes.
Board doc. Mr. Grabowski, you raised your hand?
He did.
7, okay. And Ms. Jewett, I didn't understand whether you went or not.
I
You-
guess, I don't even.
Okay, so the motion passes 8-1. I would now like to represent the board with a motion asking the board proposes that the evaluation to be completed according to steps outlined in policy CBI by board discussion in January and then with the superintendent in February.
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Temple. Ms. Bowles, would you like me to repeat it? Okay. I don't know if I'll have it exactly the same. The board proposes the evaluation process to be completed following the steps and policy CBI in the board, by the board in January, and then discussing with the superintendent in February. I made the motion and Dr. Temple seconded. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. And the motion passes 8-1. All right. Next on the agenda is the discussion for the first reading on policy, make sure I get the letters right, BE. Ms. Roberson, do you have a motion for that?
I move to remove the time from line 61, time of 5:15 to be removed from line 61.
Okay. Is there a second?
A second.
Second by Ms. Jewett.
Okay.
Any further discussion on that for the first reading?
Yes, ma'am. I believe, as I showed Ms. Roberson, you would also have to, edit the time on line 12, 5:15 PM. Yes. Yeah. Line 12 says 5:15.
That just, yeah, it says that we would have it on the fourth Monday at 5:15. I mean, I think that's.
Ms. Bailey?
Do you see?
Oh, that's for the board meeting, it's not a count.
Okay, so that remain the same? Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Bailey.
Mhm.
Yeah. Any further discussion on the amendment for policy BE for the first reading? All right, we will take a vote. All those in favor? With your hand, I'm afraid to do voice vote. Won't come across. So that is unanimous, Ms. Bowles. All right, next item on the agenda. Okay, I'm scrolling through the consent. That was the only item. So we are now on item 10D, appointment and confirmation of audit and finance committee chairman. And I am asking the board to confirm the appointment of Carlotta Bailey as audit and finance chair. An appointment is different than a nomination, right, Mr. Frampton? So it would need a second?
It does not need a second. No, ma'am.
Does not
It
need a
says, the
second.
rule says that you appoint confirmed by the body.
And no
And body
discussion.
confirms.
Okay, we just vote on it.
Right.
We have a discussion.
Do
Not on
you
that.
discuss appointments like, I know with nominations you don't.
Generally, appointments are discussed and debated should they be desired to do so. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, Dr. Temple?
Yes, I'd like to say this. This is not anything against Miss Bailey. However, Miss Bailey is our vice chair. And if we truly believe in shared leadership, then I think we have 9 school board members here. And I think that we have other members on the board who have the expertise to serve. I just find it unacceptable for one board officer to have 2 significant offices. Ms. Bailey is our vice chair, and then to have her be the chair of audit and finance is just doesn't meet the principle of shared leadership. And so I would like to nominate, and I don't
Can't
have the
nominate.
right to do it.
I don't think you can nominate
Oh.
somebody.
But I'd like for you to reconsider.
Can I make
Ms.
a-
Lieber?
I think that we should add other board members to
The
the,
next motion.
okay, I appreciate that.
Sure. Excuse me, I left my microphone. Any other comments? All right, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor of Ms. Bailey being audit and finance chair? And the motion passes.
5-4.
Ma'am?
It was 5-4.
Yes, ma'am. For item E, appointment and confirmation of audit and finance committee members, I would like for the board to consider confirmation for continuity on the committee for Ms. Watley to be appointed to audit and finance. And I make that statement that I want to consider other members being added later, other trustees.
You can.
Madam Chair, if I could make a recommendation.
Yes, sir.
I think we went through this last time, and I think the bylaws clearly, I mean, the charter clearly states that you can have more, it says you have to have at least 2, and it does not limit the number.
Yes.
So I think we need to, for continuity, I agree Miss Watley is a great choice, but I think we also need to add other members to the committee.
Yes, sir, and I would like to do that next month.
But I think by the charter, I thought it had to be done at this meeting.
It's not on the agenda either.
Yeah.
It does.
Can we?
Well, it says for the appointment of members to the member, you have to appoint at this meeting. You have to appoint at this meeting a chair, but you also have to appoint members. And it's what we did at a previous meeting is we appointed 2 extra members along with the chair.
Okay,
And I highly would recommend, appointing Ms. Jewett. But I agree that Ms. Watley, for continuity, I agree with your appointment as part of our discussion.
all right, so there is a motion made. Mr. Frampton, is the cleanest way to do this to go ahead and vote on that motion, and then I make another motion to add another member.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All those in favor of Ms. Watley? Oh, I should stop. Is there any further discussion?
Well, can we nominate someone else, or do we
I
have to do it?
will.
Okay.
Policy makes.
I'm really hesitant about this vote. Again, it's nothing against Ms. Watley, but I just feel like we are being sidetracked here, and this just doesn't set well with me. This is not about how shared leadership works. Again, we have 9 board members. Ms. Watley is serving as the cow chair, and now she's on audit and finance. I mean,
I'm the outgoing audit and finance chairman and have every intention of working to catch Miss Bailey up to.
Well, I just, again, the duplicity here is just, it's not fair. It's not fair. It's not fair to our voters. It's not fair to us. In fact, it's insulting.
All right, all those in favor of Ms. Watley, please raise your hand. And the motion passes 5 in favor. And my next motion is I would like for the board to consider the appointment and confirmation of Dr. Carol Temple to our Finance Committee.
I withdraw. I'm sorry, just withdraw.
All right. Then on to item 11A. The upcoming meetings are December the 8th. Committee of the Whole and the Board, meeting time to be announced. January 12th, Committee of the Whole. January 26th, Board meeting. Is there a motion to adjourn this meeting?
I move.
So moved by Mr. Hollenshed, second by Ms.
Yeah.
Watley. Would you second it? All in favor, Stan?